p.m. I'm sure that our colleagues will be joining us shortly. And there he is. Thank you to everyone for, boy, it got quiet in here. I wish I had that kind of command in a fifth grade classroom. Thank you for coming out today and joining us for our reorganization ceremony. We're excited to do this, I think, each year. And at this time, I'll go ahead and recognize Commissioner Minor. He's going to recognize our provider of our prayer today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure and an honor to introduce to the board. He's been here before, but Pastor Clarence Jackson at Destiny Church. Commissioners, you may recognize him because he and his congregation hosted the 9/11 Day of Service neighborhood outreach meeting that we had this last year. So for Lakewood Estates. So he's a true leader for Leon County, and very happy to have him here. Pastor Clarence Jackson.
Let us pray. God, we're so grateful for this day, so grateful for this time. And God, we're also grateful for these leaders that you've chosen for such a time as this. God, we pray now in the name of Jesus that you lead them, guide them, protect them, and God, inspire them to do what you've called them to do for the people they've been called to serve. God, we pray that your ear is always attentive to their prayers, to the prayers of this county. But God, we also pray that their ears are attentive to your commands and that this county's ear is attentive to your commands. We pray this prayer now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please join with the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, it is my great honor to present to you the Honorable Gwen Marshall, the clerk for Leon County Court. We're excited to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Gwen Marshall. I am your Clerk of the Circuit Court and County Comptroller for Leon County, and I would like to welcome everyone here this afternoon for the 2020 reorganization of the Leon County Board of County Commissioners. Before we get started, I would ask that you join me in applauding Commissioner Jackson for his service as chair to the 2019 board. And on behalf of the clerk's office, I would like to be the first to say job well done, successful year. So with no further ado, let's move forward. I think some of your colleagues have a few words they would like to say as well. But before we move forward, let me first start by recognizing some of our other elected officials and past officials that has joined us today. If you would just raise your hand, or if you'd like to stand and give the crowd a wave when I call your name. Cassandra Jackson, Leon County City Attorney. Cliff Thale, former County Commissioner, Leon County Commissioner. Former Leon County Commissioner Gary Yarden. We also have some of our judicial partners joining us today. The Honorable Angela Dempsey, Circuit Judge. The Honorable John Shustrom, Chief Judge, Leon County. The Honorable Frank Allman, Circuit Judge. The Honorable Augustus Akins, Jr., Leon County Judge. And if we have any more, do we have any other our dignitaries here joining us that I forgot to call?
Madam Clerk of the Court.
Oh, I'm sorry, former County Commissioner Rudy Malloy. Okay. All right, I also would like to introduce our current commissioners in their appointed official official capacity, if you are president, again, wave your hand. The Honorable Jimbo Jackson, Chair, Leon County Commission 2019. The Honorable Brian Deloge, Vice Chairman. The Honorable Bill Proctor. The Honorable Rick Minor. The Honorable Kristen Dozier. The Honorable Mary Ann Lindley. The Honorable Nick Maddox. Our County Administrator, Vincent S. Long. And our County Attorney, Herb Thiel. So at this time, I would like to recognize Vice Chairman Brian Deloge to make a presentation to our outgoing chairman from the dais.
Thank you, Clerk Marshall. It's been a great year, Mr. Chairman. You have done a yeoman's job of steering us correctly. And frankly, not a lot of us got sent to study hall or detention this year, which was kind of a nice, and in all fairness, though, your experience as a principal has been good training for keeping us all kind of moving in the same direction. You have done a great job, and there have been a few bumps along the way, but we didn't have any hurricanes, which was a great start. Yeah. So my hat's off to you. You have done a great job as a fairly new commissioner coming in the door and getting thrown in the deep end with the chair, and you've done yeoman's work on that. So congratulations, and I think a job well done, and frankly, the county's in a much better place for the leadership you showed. So thank you for your leadership. And as a token of our appreciation, to commemorate your time as chairman, your very own. No, you're done for a little while. And with that, I'll hand the show back over to Clerk Marshall. Oh, yeah, why don't we go, actually, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sure I'm not the only one. You'd like to, we'll just run down the line here, how's that?
Yeah, I think we all, I've loved working with you as chair. I know it's been, I don't think anybody realizes how many tasks there are and how many things you need to show up for and represent the county when you're chairman. It always seems like such an honor until you realize, oh, wow, it's really a heck of a lot of extra work. But you've done a great job. And one thing I've really appreciated is how kind you are to people and the public. I mean, that's meant a lot, I think, to just maintain the dignity of this board and receiving citizens when they come in to speak on all kinds of things with dignity, respect, and really listening. So that to me has been a real bonus, and it doesn't happen all the time in these days. So thank you for that. It's been a pleasure to serve with you.
Mr. Chair, you had the opportunity to serve under me as vice chair, and I would say you have taken us to the next level. Especially, I want to recognize how present you were given the capacities that you serve as principal of Fort Braden School, as well as our chair, and a father and a husband, and everything else you do for your family and your community. Those things cannot be misstated or not be stated as a part of the accomplishment that you've achieved this year. For your family that's here, thank you for allowing us to borrow him as much as we have this year. To your school, again, thank you for allowing him to lead us throughout the year. Last but not least, I think also, Mr. Chair, that we have to also give respect to the people who raised you for being the outstanding man that you actually are. The people who have been around you and have influenced you, because you are the kind of man that I want my son to grow up to be. You led in a way that I would want my son to lead one day. Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Well, in addition to everything that's already been said, Mr. Chair, I also was thinking about your kind leadership style and how that must look when you're walking around Fort Braden, as it is in any county event, that you can be firm and direct, but do it with a smile, a good sense of humor, and bringing people along with you. Very patient in long discussions and everything like that. You're also kind of a rock star. So I'm going to just say ditto to the rest and not, let Commissioner Meiler chime in here. But yesterday on the Veterans Day float, we were coming to the end and we had paused for a second, and this whole group of kids and parents just start saying, is Principal Jackson, Commissioner Jackson, is he on the float? They wanted to see you. They didn't care about the rest of us at all. You were their principal, and they were excited to even have the opportunity to say hi to you. So on behalf of that crowd and all the others, thank you for your service to the community, to the kids of the community, and to the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add to everything that's already been said to this point. I take a look at this from the rookie perspective. This is my first year on the county commission, and it's different being up here than it is either watching on TV or attending our meetings. But it could be, you have the microphone to turn on, the speaker cue button here, and it takes time to learn these things because there's not a manual for this. So you have to kind of learn it while you're here on your seat. And you've always been very patient with me as the rookie as I kind of learned the ropes of this place, and very fair to us. I never felt at any time that you were playing favorites between the different commissioners, which is, in my mind, the number one principle of being the chair, and you did that in exemplary fashion. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you can be a principal and a county commissioner and a family man at the same time, but you managed to do it, and you walk in here looking like you're not stressed at all. That's true leadership. So thank you for everything that you've done this year, sir. I've learned a lot. Appreciate it.
Okay. At this time, we would like to recognize our county administrator, Vince Long, for a presentation to our outgoing chairman.
Thank you, Clerk Marshall. Well, Mr. Chairman, it sounds like you were nice to everyone else this year. I don't know what, no, I'm just kidding. No, it's been a great year. We've had a lot of fun, a lot of work. As has become customary, we have followed you around all year to all the various events, and we've captured just a few of the highlights, Mr. Chairman, from your year, a very active year. You'll see your induction into the TCC Hall of Fame and Honor Flight, Leon Works, and so many other, again, of the big events. I'll add my voice to Commissioner Delogio's. We're so happy to not have hurricane pictures on here this year, but we hope that, Mr. Chairman, you will find a spot in your office to hang this and remember this as a great year, as the rest of us will. And so please accept this on behalf of all the men and women of Leon County government. Okay.
So I ask if you join me at the diocese. Now we're going to ask Chairman Jackson if he would come present on the years of service for our commissioners.
Oh, wow. Those were awfully kind words, and I promise I didn't pay anyone or take them out to lunch before we came today, but thank you so much. I think the one thing that sets this body apart from other organizations is I feel like that at all times that we are trying to do the greater good and do what's right. And I find that more often than not, we land on common ground when we get to that point. But I have a few more comments. In fact, Vince told me to cut it back to just 3 hours worth of comments. So I'll proceed with our years of service presentation. At this time, I'll ask Commissioner Rick Miner to make his way down here so that I can present to him his years of service pin. Welcome. Here in Leon County and on the commission, we are all about accomplishments, and 1 year as a county commissioner is quite an accomplishment. But we are excited to offer to Commissioner Miner, as one of my last acts as the county commission chairman, this pin that recognizes his work not only for Leon County, but for the citizens of District 3. And on behalf of all of those that you serve, and every commissioner on the dais joins me in this congratulations, thank you not only for your service to this community, but more importantly, thank you for surviving your first year. And in honor of that, we'd like to present you with a one-year pin. And your comments have to be like 15 minutes or less as well. So, great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it very brief. It's been a real pleasure serving with each of you for this past year. As I alluded to before, just a minute ago, you don't really know what it's like until you're up there, and it's much different. The dynamic's different, and I've been very impressed by how well this body works together on issues. May not agree with everything. There's a lot of diversity among the 7 of us, but at the end, we work together to address the needs of people of Leon County, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be serving with you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I believe that our next order of business, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Administrator, is closing comments from the chair. Okay, so we can start the 3-minute timer at this point. All right. With all seriousness, it's been a great year as your chairman. I definitely underestimated the amount of work involved. Much like Commissioner Lindley said, it's a tremendous amount of, engagement and, in particular, events that become a part of your daily and weekly schedule. I'd like to thank Vince and Herb and Alan and all of the staff here today, who are the kind of the true boots on the ground champions that many times make all of us on the dais look much smarter and much more hardworking than we actually are. And for that, I would love to extend an applause and recognition to county staff that's present here today. Thank you to my fellow commissioners that I have learned so much from. Yes, patience may be one of my virtues or one of my, traits, but I have learned so much from each of you, both in my role as a vice chair under Commissioner Maddox, but also watching each of you and the way that you navigate and the way that you conduct yourself and run yourself during our meetings has been a great learning experience for me. So I want to thank my fellow commissioners for being good examples for me. Thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't thank, no disrespect to any of the other commission aides in attendance today, but I would be remiss if I didn't recognize Miss Kelly Sermons, who is the world's greatest commission aide. She's really short, so I'm going to have her stand up. Kelly is the hardest working staff member out of the 2 of us, I can promise you that. And I'm very lucky to have her after her many years of service with the Leon County Sheriff's Office. And thank you so much, Kelly, for all that you do to help the constituents of Leon County as well as District 2. When I look back on this past year, I promise I probably exceeded my 3 minutes, so hopefully you give me a break on that. Thank you. When I look back at this past year, I do see some significant accomplishments from this board that I would like to highlight. Streamlining our building permit process and our fee structure just this fall, I think was a tremendous work on our part. Hiring a great county attorney in a field of really unbelievable candidates, people that I think we were all pleasantly surprised and excited about the qualification of the candidates that came before us. Eliminating the fees at all of our rural waste roll-off sites, that's a big District 2 thing. I would be remiss if I didn't say that. And in honor of the late Jane Sauls, who I assumed her seat, I certainly haven't filled her shoes. I would applaud her and the work that she had done previously in there. Our Life, our livable infrastructure for everyone, launching that is a rural road stabilization program that provides low-income owners a way to keep their private roads safe and passable during storms and weather events. Increasing our public information on the water quality. All of you that attended our last regular commission meeting know that we previewed or debuted our new water website, as well as locating that information at kiosks, at boat ramps across Leon County. And so much more, and I would be terribly unjustified if I didn't recognize that we did make it for the first time since 2015, a full year without a hurricane event in Tallahassee and Leon County. I will not accept any credit for that. However, I would note that because I don't intend on taking credit for the record rainfall in December of 2018. As well as the driest October on record in 2019. But again, we stood at the ready when we had a couple of close calls, and it always makes me proud to serve with the commission. So to everyone that's here in attendance, thank you again for giving me this opportunity to serve as the chairman. It's a year I won't soon forget, and I believe at this time I turn it back over to our clerk of court.
All right, this is part of our ceremony where we conduct the elections for reorganization of the board through election year for 2019-2020, chairman and vice chairman for the Leon County Board of County Commissioners. All right. Do we have any nominations from the board for chair?
Madam Clerk, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Brian LaLoge for chair of the County Commission.
And that motion was second by? So we have, with no other nominations, the floor is closed. Do we, yes, from a show of hands or by saying aye, we would like to elect Commissioner Brian DeLoge as chairman for 2019-2020 calendar year. All in favor say aye. All in, any no, nay? Well, with that being said, the motion passed unanimously. Congratulations. All right, now moving on to vice chairman. Do we have any nominations on the floor for vice chairman?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not going to nominate myself, but I'd like to request your consideration to serve as vice chair. As far as I know, I think I'm the only person here who has not yet served as vice chair or chair. And so if you all would like to extend that opportunity to me, I'd be grateful.
Madam Clerk, I make the motion for Commissioner Meitner.
I'd second.
Motion's been second. Any other nominations? With that being closed, with all, by a vote of yes, all in favor? Say aye. Any opposition? Congratulations, Commissioner Rick Minor as vice chair. All right, I would ask that our new chairman, Commissioner Brian DeLoge, meet me at the dais. And if you have anyone else you'd like to join you?
Right hand on the Bible, left hand up.
Yes, would you like to? Sure.
So like this? Or can I do it like this?
Right.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Is that the left hand?
Yeah.
The right hand needs to be on, so we need to switch it around.
Places.
Yes.
Gotta have the right hand on the Bible.
All right, there's got to be something here.
All right. Repeat after me. When I say I, state your name. I
I, Brian DeLoge,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully execute
that I will well and faithfully execute
the duties of the office of chairman
the duties of the office of chairman
of the Leon County Board of County
of the Leon Board of County
Commissioners
Commissioners
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Where's the gavel? I would now officially pass the gavel to
all in.
Commissioner Deloach.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks. Well, first of all, thanks to all my peers here for your confidence in me. It's a vote of support, and I sure appreciate that. And to echo some of the earlier comments, Commissioner Jackson, you did a great job this past year shepherding us through. It was great leadership. Appreciate that. And I'd like to continue the streak of no hurricanes if we can pull that off. Couple quick comments. I will tell you that in all my years of serving on a variety of different boards, this is probably one of the strongest and most diverse boards I have ever served on. And I think this is real testament to having a group of different people that can come together and come to a common place. And we don't agree on a lot of things, which is the way it should be. And frankly, I think we walk out of here with a lot of respect for each other, and I'd like to continue that trend. I think that our job is to try and have a full-on contact sport about the issues and keep it out of the ditch as far as personal side of things. And I think this board really amplifies that. And it's that Village Square kind of concept, which I'm so proud of. And I'd like to keep that up. Herb, we're going to miss you. It's been a great ride. Herb has been our county attorney since I came in, and he's been a rock for me. And Vince, we're stuck with you, so you're sticking around for a while. But I am honored to serve, and I look forward to a great year ahead. And thank you all for your confidence in me. So, and with that, I think I'd like to ask Father Foley to come up, my priest Catholic, that Good Shepherd, Michael Foley, if you don't mind coming up. Is there one more thing, Carl?
Went a little backwards. I would have to ask you at this time if you'll take the seat at the new chairman
That I can do.
station. How are we going to switch by the screens or?
At the break.
What are we going to make? Okay. We're going to switch it after the prayer. Okay, then. All right, Father Foley. I'm sorry.
We acknowledge the bounty of our God in this harvest time, a month of Thanksgiving. Lord, you have been so generous to us. Help us to be generous to others. Your love is unconditional. Help us to love others with open hearts. Your gifts are bountiful. Help us to pass them on joyfully. Your mercy is infinite. Help us forgive those who have injured us. Your grace is never ending. Help us to give glory to you in all we do. Your wisdom is boundless. Help us choose your way in all our decisions. We pray for this Board of County Commissioners and this meeting, for its members and staff. Thank you, Lord, for the commitment and dedication of each member and staff and their willingness to serve our county. Bless their work, deliberations, and decision-making. May they keep the big picture of Leon County in the forefront of their discussions and decisions, that they may continue working together toward enhancing the common good and the welfare of all our citizens, that their efforts may support and enhance the life in all our county. All praise, honor, and glory be to our God today, always, and forever. Amen.
Thank you, Father. Couple of quick notes. We will have a reception immediately following this. Everybody's invited, and we will reconvene in 15 minutes for the regular board meeting. And commissioners hang out for the picture. So that's it. And we'll be outside in 5 minutes. Thank you.
We said 3:45, we're running late, but I've got a quorum, so I'm inclined to get started here. And we've got just about everybody up here. Mr. Past Chairman, Commissioner Jackson, you're on.
Come on up. I'm excited to be able to present the proclamation, but a little bit disappointed I didn't get a jersey. So,
it's in the mail.
Okay, thanks. I'm excited today to provide a proclamation for our Tallahassee Soccer Club's inaugural year of participation and achievement. There's some outstanding players, all of them homegrown and local, from high schools and universities very close by. I think I read you travel a total, it wasn't 15 states, but maybe 15 cities in 4 states?
5 states, yes, sir.
Okay.
19 cities.
All right, 19 cities in 5 states. Pretty incredible accomplishments in their first year. I hope to highlight some of those in the proclamation, and I put them on alert that they were only allowed 15 minutes as well in their acceptance speech. But I do want to provide a proclamation to the Tallahassee Soccer Club. Whereas in 2019 was Tallahassee Soccer Club's inaugural season, and whereas Tallahassee Soccer Club played in the Gulf Coast Premier League, a national league spanning 5 states with 19 teams, and whereas the Tallahassee Soccer Club proudly displays Visit Tallahassee on their uniforms, having been seen by thousands and jerseys personally purchased by dozens of fans, whereas the club fields local players who live and work here in Leon County, and has representatives from all local high schools and colleges, and whereas Tallahassee Soccer Club was the Eastern Conference champions in their first year of existence and made the playoffs. And whereas Coach Josh Bruno was named the Eastern Conference Coach of the Year. Josh, you got to wave your hand and say, here I am. Whereas goalkeeper Hugo Peruzzi was named to the GCPL Team of the Year and the MVP of the Eastern Conference. And whereas Aaron Wimberly, Beneko Bazil, and Johnny Fitzgerald were named to the Eastern Conference Team of the Year. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Leon County, recognizing the Tallahassee Soccer Club for its outstanding season and accomplishments dated this 12th day of November 2019 and signed by all of my fellow commissioners as well as the county administrator. Congratulations. And they promised they have a spokesperson, so
We'll keep it brief. We understand you guys have a busy meeting this morning, this afternoon, but thank you, Commissioner Jackson, and thank you to all of you sitting up there. I've seen plenty of you at our games last year. We're just excited to be a community asset, to be able to represent the best of Tallahassee, the best of Leon County, throughout the Gulf Coast and the I-10 region. We would have had more folks here today, but we've got a lot of them that are working in college, and even Coach Bruno is also the head coach at Lincoln High School, so he's got practice as well. But we take great pride in putting this jersey on and our players behind us and really carrying the brand of Tallahassee. We want to make sure we offer a special thank you to Carrie and Amanda and those at the Tourism Bureau and Joe. They are partners with us, and we work with them hand in hand. But we're just super excited to be able to put this together. It's been an amazing year. We look forward to year 2 and hope to see you all out there. And again, thank you all very much.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, you're good.
Thank you, sir.
I believe, are you next on the proclamation? All right, come on down.
Mind if you show me yours?
Yep. But who's the witness? Okay, so we're recognizing people. You go first. All right, I'll go first. Gloria.
We'll blame Jimbo. Good job, Mr. Outgoing Chair.
Hey, man, let's give you something challenging.
Where's the leadership in this place? I'd like to ask Gloria Pugh to come up and join us here today with AMWAT, who moved me a month or so ago, which I'd like to put in a plug for. She did a spectacular job. Not she did it, but her company did a great job. So we have a proclamation here recognizing Minority Enterprise Development Week. And so I'd like to read this. Whereas the first week of October has been designated as Minority Enterprise Development Week by the President of the United States since 1983 and observed by the Big Bend Minority Enterprise Development Week Committee, and whereas our community and local economy have been enriched and well served by the goods and services provided by minority and women-owned businesses, and whereas the Big Bend Med Week Committee, a local consortium of agencies operating in our business and an entrepreneurial ecosystem that includes the Tallahassee-Leon County Office of Economic Vitality, the Florida State University Office of Supplier Diversity, Leon County Schools, the Florida Office of Supplier Diversity, the Florida A&M University Small Business Development Center, and Talquin Electric, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas an important activity of the annual Med Week observance is a selection of a prominent women entrepreneur for recognition as the Women Business Enterprise of the Year. The Med Week Committee is proud to have selected Mrs. Gloria Pugh of AMWAT Moving, Warehousing, and Storage as this year's WBE of the Year. Whereas Gloria Pugh has served as the Chief Executive Officer and President of AMWAT Moving, Warehousing, and Storage headquarters in Tallahassee, Florida. AMWAT Moving, Warehousing, and Storage's diversified lines of business include local, statewide, national, and international moving services, packing, custom crating, warehousing, and logistics, as well as climate-controlled storage. In addition, AMWAT Moving, Warehousing, and Storage specializes in large and complex relocations, providing logistics support for an easy, efficient transition. And whereas Gloria Pugh's recent achievements include 2019 I Am a Dream Humanitarian Award, 2018 Graduate Leadership Tallahassee, Class 35. Class 8 was a much better class, I'd like to point out. 2016, 2018 DOMI Awards for Best Moving Company, 2014 to 2018 Best of Tallahassee for Best Moving Company, Tallahassee Woman, 2016 Entrepreneur of the Year, 2014 Gloria Pugh was honored by Leadership Tallahassee as the Leadership Pacesetter. Moreover, AMWAT Moving and Warehousing and Storage has been recognized on the local, statewide, and national level since 2005 for its commitment to customer service and corporate citizenship. In addition, her community service includes that she and AMWAT Moving, Warehousing, and Storage, volunteering and donating to many nonprofits in the local area, including but not limited to Summer Fill a Truck benefited, Second Harvest of the Big Bend, member of Community Leadership on Gun Violence Council, chair of Florida's Consumer Council, advisory member to Junior League of the Tallahassee, and Leadership Tallahassee Board of Governors. I'm kind of tired, Gloria. You wear me out. Wow. When do you have time? Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Leon County, Florida, that we recognize Gloria Pugh and AMWAT Moving and Warehousing and Storage as the 2019 Woman Business Enterprise of the Year. So, if you join me. It's a lot, and it's dated today, and it's signed by all of the 7 commissioners and the administrator. If you'd like to add a few words, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you,
Very
my
well
friend.
done. Yes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the recognition. But I surround myself with outstanding, amazing people, and they make me look very good. And none of this would be possible without my husband, Dean Pugh, and my entire AMWAT staff. And so, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it is my job right now to recognize the 2019 Minority Business Enterprise of the Year. I would like to ask for Mr. George Johnson, Aaron Milner, and Primus Matinga to come up, please. The proclamation reads, whereas the first week of October has been designated as Minority Enterprise Development Week by the President of the United States since 1983 and observed by the Big Bend Minority Enterprise Development MED Week Committee. And And whereas our community and the local economy have been enriched and well served by the goods and services provided by minority and women-owned businesses. And whereas the Big Bend Med Week Committee, a local consortium of agencies operating in our business and entrepreneurial ecosystem that include the Tallahassee-Leon County Office of Economic Vitality, the Florida State University Office of Supplier Diversity, Leon County Schools, the Florida Office of Supplier Diversity, the Florida A&M University Small Business Development Center, Tahlequin Electric, et al. And whereas an important activity of the annual Med Week observance is the selection of a prominent minority enterprise for recognition as the Minority Business Enterprise of the Year. The Med Week Committee is proud to have selected Johnson & Milner as this year's MBE of the Year. And whereas George Johnson, Aaron Milner, and Primus Matinga started Johnson & Milner J&M in 2013 with a desire to create a practice producing high-quality, functionally efficient, budget-conscious engineering that gratifies and inspires the end user. And whereas Johnson & Milner's leadership is comprised of young professionals, their team has gained numerous years of experience through the role of design leaders in some of the most technically challenging and rigorous building types. For example, healthcare, higher education, commercial and residential. They take pride in cultivating long-term client relationships through a keen focus on genuine interest in each client's unique goals, strategies, strengths, and directions. And whereas Johnson & Milner strives to be frequent contributors to various community groups, both monetarily and by volunteering, was active with the former Economic Development Council. The firm is currently active with the Big Bend Minority Chamber and has participated in various mentoring and career-focused activities with FAMU School of Architecture, Gasvini School Career Day, Tallahassee Community College, and has offered individual mentoring to new graduates and persons seeking retaining for a career change. Mr. Chair, you thought yours was long. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Leon County, Florida, do hereby recognize Johnson & Milner as the 2019 Minority Business of the Year. This is signed by the chairman, as well as the rest of the commissioners, and attested to by the county administrator. Congratulations, gentlemen.
I would like to thank the county commission and all of our numerous members of the community that have supported us, and again, thank you for the award.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the great honor of reading a proclamation for Mr. John Lawrence, and we have quite a crowd for him today. So if you will give just a second while our Coca family and Mrs. Virginia Lawrence joins me. Commissioner Maddox, of course. Welcome, everyone. First, I'd like to say that we are sorry that John could not join us today. We are wishing him a speedy recovery. And in the few minutes I just got to chat with my new friend Virginia. And thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. I think it's appropriate, before I read the proclamation, for someone who has been a leader in education in this community for decades to also recognize that Virginia just told me she was one of only 19 to renew her teaching certificate recently who had 50-plus years in education. So thank you, ma'am, for your service. This is a truly amazing couple who recognize that every child has the ability to learn. We were just talking about that. And with that, we initially thought of this proclamation, and Commissioner Proctor is joining us as well. I think Commissioner Maddox and I both jumped in at the same time, but it could have been any of the 7 of us. John Lawrence is retiring from the COCA board after many years, and in addition to that service, he has served on multiple committees and different organizations throughout our community, but has a long and distinguished career in education as well. I myself had the honor of serving with him on the COCA board from 2011 to 14, and we didn't always agree, but we were always very respectful. We agreed a lot, and I will remember the dialogue we had as being very educational, very helpful, and very honest, and I will always appreciate that. And I will say, David Self, at my first COCA meeting back recently, you made a comment that really resonated with me. You were sitting in John Lawrence's seat, and it was his seat at the COCA board meeting for his entire duration there. So welcome to the hot seat, my friend. Okay, with that, the proclamation reads, and I have to take off my glasses for this. Whereas John Lawrence has faithfully been serving in Leon County communities since day one when he arrived here in 1963 to be the new biology teacher at the original Lincoln High School. And whereas in 1966, John Lawrence would go on to become a biology teacher at Godby High School and rise through the ranks to assistant principal and then to become the first African-American high school principal in Leon County in 1973. Just 3 years after full desegregation of Leon County. And whereas John Lawrence would continue his distinguished career working with Florida Department of Education, Florida A&M University, and as Chief Executive Officer of JVL Education. And whereas John Lawrence has continued his service to the community, most recently as a member of the Board of Directors of the Council of Culture and Arts since 2009, fulfilling the remainder of a vacated History Heritage designated seat. And whereas John Lawrence was reappointed to the COCA board in 2011 and again in 2015 for a total of 10 years of active, very active service to the organization. And whereas John Lawrence has played a prominent role on the board on the COCA board, serving as executive committee, as the at-large member, as board chair in 2011 and 2012, and as immediate past chair in 2012. And whereas John Lawrence has assisted in navigating diverse topics related to internal policy, budgeting, programming, special projects, strategic planning, and board development. And whereas John Lawrence has performed his duties with dedication and tenacity, proving himself to be a judicious steward of and an unwavering advocate for COCA, never flinching in the face of difficult decisions. And whereas throughout his years of service to his community, his family, to his community and his family has supported him the entire way. Virginia Landers Lawrence, his wife of 54 years, congratulations for that. His sons, John Lawrence II and Jason Lawrence, and his grandsons, John Lawrence III and Justin Lawrence. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Leon County, Florida, that today we honor and celebrate John E. Lawrence for his extended and loyal service to the Council of Culture and Arts and for blazing a trail for so many in our community through his exemplary service to education in both Leon County and the state of Florida. It is dated this day, November 12th, and signed by all commissioners and the county administrator. And I hope he is watching. We appreciate it very much, John, and thank you again for being here, Virginia.
Thank you. How did you know these were his college school colors?
Those were his school colors? It was a good guess.
I was just about to say that. So, for those of you who are unaware, Mr. Lawrence held me to a different standard than probably anyone else in this chambers because we are both from the great state of North Carolina. And not only that, Mr. Lawrence also knew that my best friend and brother, Quincy Perdue, who died a few years back, was indeed a North Carolina Central University Eagle. And more than any of you will ever know, as much as he took pride in what he did here in Leon County and who he was to our county, he took even more pride in being an Eagle. And so I wanted to say that on his behalf here today, but I wanted to let you know, Ms. Lawrence, that your husband is not just a man who served on a few boards. He is an absolute legend in my eyes because of what he was able to do in a place that wasn't his home state. He was able to lay down roots and do things and accomplish things and be honored at a county commission meeting for his contribution to a place that he would say wasn't necessarily home. And so I model that as I try to every single day meet his standard, the John Lawrence standard of participation and contribution to a community that, quite frankly, I didn't grow up in and he didn't either. And so, Ms. Lawrence, thank you so much for allowing us to have John in our community for so many years. I know he spent so much time with us, it had to take away from some time from you.
No.
No? Okay, well, good. That makes me feel better about it. But in all of that, I want to say seriously that John Lawrence means a lot to me, and he meant a lot to this community, and I hope everyone will embrace his name and honor him today and recognize today as a day that will recognize as someone who has made an amazing contribution, not to just Leon County, but to also North Carolina and North Carolina Central University. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we would be remiss. I wanted also to note that though not captured in the proclamation, that John Lawrence also served Leon County on the county's finance committee for a number of years. And I just thought that the Scrivener should capture and make that, though not in the form of sheet of paper, but that he did render service on our county's finance committee. Thank you.
You're welcome. I do want to say thank you. I'm a native Tallahassean, and this is the first time I've ever been in this courthouse, for good or bad reasons. But I recognized last Saturday when the U.S. mail came, there was a green envelope represented by the county taxes. I can't say that I was happy, but I can say I won't have to come here because I disobeyed the rules. You will get a check.
Thank you.
My husband served on 21 boards in this town since 1963. He was as adamant about that board, those boards, as this board. He didn't let anything fall. You always knew his opinion. He's in the hospital now and has been since May. If you heard about President Carter's issue today, he has that same issue. He had fluid floating around his brain. He had surgery. And so he has been hospitalized since May. Came home on the 22nd of October for the first time. Was preparing to come here today. He told me explicitly after he found out he couldn't come, do not try and replicate what I'm going to say. And the obedient wife that was, I said, yes, sir. So I'm not. But I want to tell you that for the COCA board, everybody in my family didn't understand how a scientist, a biologist, could work with these kind of people. But he said to me, you were a theater major, and so I'm going to try and represent you. I don't know what he did, but I knew you all because he came home and talked about you every night. And it was good. So you all had appointed someone who was really dedicated to this organization, and I thank you. I will give you my regards from my sons who live in Virginia and Tampa, and from John. And thank you for what you are doing today. We will never forget it. And if you need to call on us for any reason, ever. But see, I'm here with family. My brother, my baby brother's here. Y'all won't believe this, but Bill Proctor is my cousin. Well, you should have contacted me and his mother, and we could have told you what it was. Anyway, I'm not going to do that now. He can stand on his own feet. Mrs. Barnes was in elementary school with me. And I didn't want to participate in the spelling bees because her family won all the spelling bees. Even when we practiced at recess, I never won.
We've also got, Kathleen will be back up here in a little bit.
I
new
know.
COCA
He
director.
told me not
Yes.
to replicate him.
Yeah. And all the board members. You don't have to name them all.
No.
Unless they want us to, but I don't think we do. But that was another
the most
extension
recent
of the
thing
family.
that I heard from COCA, he had to contact Commissioner Maddox about something. I don't remember what it was. But I'm sure you do. But thanks the audience, my citizens in Tallahassee, many of them I know, Mr. Hollifield, and others. Thank you all so much for recognizing him. He didn't think he deserved it, but I know he did. And as a native Tallahassean, I'm here. I can't fill his shoes.
You did.
But I can be a wonderful supporter. Thank you. You all enjoy. Have a good day. And I may be back to see you. I may bring my check. One last thing, Amanda, I don't know what they do for you or to you or whatever. But if you need me, call me. And I'll be back. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I think we can safely say, yes. We can safely say that you didn't replicate, but you hold your own perfectly, and I would expect nothing less, Mrs. Lawrence. Thank you for being here.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you both for your service, for all that you've done. Thanks.
My hair's not good.
Sure, you did real good.
Thank you. Now, who's this right here? Oh, I know. You're from COCA. Oh. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Administrator, you're going to take this on?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, the next presentation before you is a presentation on the Amtrak building. One more proclamation. One more proclamation.
All right. Nothing like leaving you a lasting gift. No one mentioned that John Lawrence was the principal at Godby High School's first ever state championship football team in 1976. My brother would be very disappointed if I did not mention that fact since he played on the team, and he never fails to remind me of that when we lost 8 games in 1984 when I came along. But with that said, could I ask Mr. Edward Akoff to come on up and join me? Good to see you again. Good to see you. I'm excited to offer a proclamation to a familiar face to me in another capacity in Leon County Schools, but also for his service to our community. The first week of October has been designated as Minority Enterprise Development Week. by the President of the United States since 1983 and observed by the Big Bend Minority Enterprise Development Week Committee. And whereas our community and local economy have been enriched and well served by the goods and services provided by minority and women-owned businesses. And whereas the Big Bend MED or MedWeek Committee, a local consortium of agencies operating in our business and entrepreneurial ecosystem, that's an interesting term, entrepreneurial ecosystem that includes the Tallahassee-Leon County Office of Economic Vitality, the Florida State University Office of Supplier Diversity, Leon County Schools, the Florida Office of Supplier Diversity, the Florida A&M University Small Business Development Center, Talquin Electric et al. And whereas an important activity of the annual MED Week observance is the selection of a prominent entrepreneur or economic development advocate for recognition as the Reggie Roll Economic Development Champion of the Year. The MED Week Committee is proud to have selected Mr. Edward Akoff of the Florida State University's Procurement Services Supplier Diversity Program as this year's Economic Development Champion of the Year. And whereas Mr. Akoff has more than 25 years of experience in small business development, supplier diversity, and entrepreneurship, he has administered programs for Jackson County, the K-12 public school system, and higher education entities. Prior to joining the Florida State University as its first Director of Supplier Diversity Programs, Mr. Akoff was a Director for the Leon County Schools Minority Business Development Office. He has championed relationship building between staff, minority businesses, and major prime construction contractors. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Leon County, Florida, do hereby recognize Mr. Edward Akoff of the Florida State University's Procurement Services Supplier Diversity Program as the 2019 Reggie Roll Economic Development Champion of the Year. This is signed by all 7 county commissioners and attested to by our county administrator. Congratulations, Mr. Akoff.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, as well as the other commissioners on the board, whom I know personally. I want to give thanks, of course, to the Office of Vitality, Economic Vitality, and their leadership, but they really exercise a lead role in the continuation of the Big Bend Minority Program that we have here and have established now for 27 years. And thank you all, Commissioners, for your continued recognition of these honors that are provided to both our women-owned as well as our minority-owned business enterprises, as well as the Champion of the Year, the Reggie Roll Award. Thank you for your continued support.
Now, Mr. Administrator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can tell how excited I was to bring you this presentation, but as Carrie makes her way up, Commissioners, I just wanted to remind you, present a little background for you. You will recall since last budget development, in the development of the 2020 budget, we presented some options to the board on the relocation of the county tourism function to the Amtrak building. And in the time since, it's been a very busy and exciting time, and frankly, we've been really looking forward to this day when we're able to give you a first look at the transformation of a really special historic building in our community to what will be a truly vital and tourism hub in our community to come. Again, I think you'll agree that our partners at Barnett and Franzak have done a great job, and as you'll hear from Carrie, even though you'll just see the exterior of the building, again, the functionality is really going to be just as impressive as the exterior renderings that you'll see today. So with that, Commissioners, again, I'd like to hand it off to Carrie, who is going to provide the presentation for us.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm indeed delighted to introduce the following presentation for our new future permanent home, the historic Amtrak building near Railroad and Gaines Street, right between Florida State and Florida A&M universities. What a great location. So as a refresher, you recall, and as the administrator just shared, nearly a year ago, the tourism building on Jefferson Street was sold with the plan to relocate the tourism offices and visitor information center to the historic Amtrak building. So fast forward a year, and as a result of numerous design meetings with the architects, administration, tourism, we are so proud to present the architectural renderings for the restoration and activation of this incredible space. As a 150-year-old train station that's now being repurposed to welcome visitors, this building is designed to be a showpiece, different than other county facilities by design. And some of my favorite design elements include increasing the accessibility, flow, and walkability of the complex. As you'll recall, we've got Domi Station is there, as well as All Saints Cinema, and now the tourism offices and the visitor center. So it's really going to activate the accessibility, the flow, and the walkability of the whole complex. We'll also be able to utilize the site as a starting point for tours, which I'm very excited about. It would be a walking tour, Segway, scooters, pedicab, golf cart. It'll be a great location, a starting point for tours. And this project is intentionally adding to the vibrancy and energy of this district. When you think of what all's happening down there in the energy and with FAMU Way, and to put the tourism office and the visitor center down there, it's really going to add to the energy that's there. So I really would like to recognize the real brains of the project that brought this design concept to light. And so please allow me to recognize the architects on the project. We've got Doug Schuler from Barnett and Franzak, who you're going to hear from in just a second, and also Leon County's own historic preservation architect, Ken Curitan. So I really want to recognize the work of both of them. So now I'd like to turn it over to Doug Schuler from Barnett, Franzak, Barlow, and Schuler Architects to walk you through the exciting plans.
Thank you, Carrie. And thank you, Commissioners. This has been an honor to be able to work on this project. It's a very exciting project in which we get to delve into the history of this building a little bit. So to start off, I wanted to give you a little bit of history of this building and this site. So this building was originally constructed in 1858, but it was expanded in 1880 to its current configuration that you see today. The building right now is currently on the National Register of Historic Places, which means as the architect or the designer, we had to take a few primary considerations into the design of this project. So some of the primary considerations that we have as the designer is to repair rather than replace, and no speculative features. So we had to pick a historic period in which we were going to design under. So the period that we selected under Ken Curitan was the 1920s to the 1940s era. So to take you through the existing site that we have right now, of course, north is up, and that will point you to Gaines Street. We have Railroad Avenue to the west, and Bike Boulevard to the north. Current buildings that are there right now is the Amtrak building, of course, and it houses the Veterans Resource Center, the Office of Human Services. There's a small community room there, and the All Saints Cinema. To the north of the Amtrak station is the Domi Station, as well as the dental clinic. Now, these are existing components that are there. As you can see, there's very limited parking. There is what we call a dead-end site, which means there's only one way in, only one way out. There's very limited accessibility. There's no identity, and pretty much the site is kind of a bland site. So a task that was given to us as the designer was, how do we reimagine this site, and how do we bring this site back to life? So we come up with the ideas of developing a sense of place. How do we make this place special, as what Carrie spoke about? How do we make it unique? So we came up with these broad terms. We looked at culture and architecture. We looked at the history of the site. We looked at visitors, very important, traditions and identity. We wanted to make this place special. So how do we do this? How do we make this a place that visitors want to come to? As the designer, we had to insert new elements into some of the existing components that are there. We wanted to make sure the site was accessible. We wanted to make sure the site was pet-friendly and family-friendly, that it had an urban landscape and culture, that it has sustainability and network and entertainment and music, designed around an urban park. So a few of the engineering facts that you would see here was the electric gas lighting that we provided, the one-way in or 45-degree parking, which makes it a little easier to park. We added 20% more parking to the actual site. We're looking at native plants. We added a lot of texture and layering to the site, and we added accessibility. We did these by adding 3 major components to the site. Number 1 is the street entry. Number 2 is the formal entry into the tourism development, and we also looked at a plaza. So looking at the entry, this is the entry off of the street. So this is the entry that provides the first impression for the building, or a welcoming handshake. So what we did was we cleaned up the building significantly. We went back to layers of paint and found out the color is actually a white color for the building, not the gray that you see today. We provided new signage into the building, and we provided a more inviting entry, a boulevard into the site that provided connectivity to Gaines Street, the All Saints District, as well, as well as the Railroad Square area. Okay, the next slide is the formal entry. We created a formal entry as an introduction to the visitor center. We provided a small introduction into the design of a flagpole based with plaque boards which introduced the story of our county, the history of the building, our mission as a county and as a city. Our third element is the plaza or the roundabout. Historically, a plaza is where everybody wants to be seen. We developed this as an anchor point for the site. We made the plaza a place for community connectivity. As Carrie mentioned, ideas that were considered were city tours, rentals, pedicabs, markets, and Carrie's favorite, the idea of using our selfie sticks to take some Instagram photos of our new landmark. This time I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schuler, thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
One question I had, and I know I might be getting ahead of ourselves, but in recent months we've talked about Domi Station expanding with some type of construction about their building. Do your designs conflict with any of those future plans? Have you talked with the Domi Station's folks about that?
Yes, we spoke with Ken Cureton with the ideas of expansion. So their ideas of expansion work definitely with our design that we're trying to establish.
And I know their plans are very much in the formative stages, but I just want to make sure we didn't do something that might box them in on a certain approach.
Absolutely not.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great presentation, Doug, and I can see why Carrie and everyone else is so excited. Quick question about the plaza. So I noted with the one-way entrance, and this is, I want to acknowledge here, we're not designing from the dais. That would be a real mess. But just a curiosity of the flow of the traffic, are you thinking that this plaza could be purposed for types of events or pedestrians with that entrance road closed off from Railroad, since that's one way, or how does that work?
So let me go back to the site plan, if you don't mind. So let me get my fancy pointer here. So, of course, I'm pointing over here. But as you can see, this is the entry into the site off of the one-way. So we understood, based off looking at the site right now, it's a very tight site, and to pull in at a 90 degree and trying to back out is pretty tough.
Challenging.
So what we decided to do was bring that as a one-way and do a 45 and actually extend that out so we had a sidewalk in front of the building. Currently, there's no sidewalk, so you have to get out of your car and walk in the street. But doing that, we also understood that it's a one-way and that we needed to provide access into the site here off Bike Boulevard or access into the site here off Bike Boulevard. So you can go out, or come into the site this way.
Thank you. I got that part.
Okay.
You're talking about the roundabout as a place for community gatherings.
Mm-hmm.
If that were to happen, would we close off the one-way entrance, or would you still allow traffic to go through the roundabout area? How does that work?
I think we would have to close that off. You can envision this as an open street, party, if you want to say it that way, or a market. It opens up into this small park setting in this area. So, yeah, I would imagine that one way gets closed down in an event such as that.
Okay. That stood out to me, and I'll turn to the county administrator with this one, that it really looks like a great gathering space, and I like the idea of tours from that space. But with the different types of traffic coming in from Domi and others, I think going to Commissioner Minor's question, to truly activate that space, that question just came to mind. I'm going to leave it to you all to figure that out. The only other question I had on this was anything on the interior there might be questions about All Saints Cinema, whether or not it's going to stay. Can you share any thoughts about the interior of the building? Will we have a shop there, or is this for you, Carrie, to present to us later? I'm not sure.
You can come on up. So yes, we are working on the interior of the project right now. Our scope of work is from the community room all the way to the two-story portion of the building. So we are going to clean all that up, get it looking nice. There is a welcome center, which we talked about, the formal entry that goes into the welcome center. So we are cleaning that up, and we're trying to make that a museum-type piece. So whenever people come to this welcome center, they're going to see the attractions for the city and the county.
Well, that's fantastic. I am excited about it, and my question about the road, Ms. County Administrator, is simply because it looks like a great space, and I could see people really walking around that space and wanting to use it a good bit. So thank you for that. The only other thing, Mr. Chair, that's on my list was a question tying into some conversations we've had the last couple months. So, Mr. County Administrator, I noted the wayfinding signs that are on Railroad Avenue, and I'm not sure if we need an agenda item for this, or if it's already going to be part of the discussion when we see the bike ped map come in December. But we had a conversation at CRTPA about having some consistency in the wayfinding signs and the bike ped signs, whether it's city or county. And I think that could be very helpful. And with the visitor center as an anchor there, kind of drawing off of that location, I hadn't thought of that before, but it matches with what the piece you have in the middle of the roundabout. And I just wanted to tee that up, maybe, Mr. Chair, for our conversation for next month. Would that be appropriate, Mr. Hemster? Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you. The last time I was excited about a building occurring in beautiful pictures that I was shown had to do with the building behind the courthouse of Leon County. What assures and gives confidence to our board that this building will be commenced and completed? Are the financials all in place to complete this project?
Okay. Yes,
I can
please.
take that one. Yes, it is, Commissioner Proctor. You all, by you all authorizing us to move forward with this, we've contemplated the full budget as part of the budget development process. So we're in good shape.
Very good. Secondly, the children's dental clinic there. Are there plans to move the clinic, Mr. Administrator? That's floating there, and there is great desire to see the Moeller Express remain at its current site.
We have no plans. Commissioners, obviously, that's not an issue that's been brought to this board. What we have done in our future space planning at the staff level is to contemplate, given the development pressures in that area, if there were to be something to happen, and given how vital that dentist office is there, could it be located in that sort of thing? Again, we've been doing some space analysis, but that's it. There's been no direction from the board, no policy questions brought to the board, no planning to move it, but just space analysis as part of what we do in forecasting what the space needs will be in the future.
Okay. When is the commencement date and when is the completion date for the project?
So currently, we have a schedule of design to be finished up with design in May of next year. So we're looking at about a 10-month construction schedule.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe it's just me, but I remember a time when, way back when I was in college, imagine me saying way back when, you can take Pensacola straight through FSU's campus to get to the south side of town. FSU had a vision to make their campus more walkable, and so they closed that access down, and now you have what you have. The roundabout doesn't make much sense to me. I get what you're trying to create there, and I do think it is a place that you can activate, and a lot of people could come there to congregate and be a community space. The part that does not make sense is the fact that a car could drive through there any second. I know there's ways to cut it off, but if we're going to activate it. I mean, the site is big enough, is not so big where you can't walk from one space to the other without going through that roundabout. And quite frankly, I can see some people who, let's say, if some traffic is backed up, to use that as a way to get around the traffic a little bit. And so it could be just me, but frankly, if we're really going to make it a community space, I don't see why we don't just close it off and make it truly a place where the community can come together and just congregate without worrying about cars coming through or whether they're going to be able to. I mean, maybe if you want to let something in, maybe let food trucks in there or something like that. But to have it where traffic could come through at any point during the day, I think it promotes the wrong thing if we really want to make it a community space to enjoy. That's what I see. Okay. But aside from that, I think it's beautiful. I think this takes that site to the next level. I know Carrie is going to be very happy to be there. I think it's something with what's going on Family Way, the new hotel coming, and then what's going on Gaines Street, the convention center coming. This is the way that I would want to be represented in Leon County as a visitor center in the city of Tallahassee. So, love the design. Hope that we are able to keep All Saints Center there. I think it's an important piece of the building. But I love the design. Just have some heartburn a little bit about the roundabout space.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just to Commissioner Maddox's point, I was listening to you, Commissioner Maddox, as you were explaining that. And I think, we may have, overstated the public gathering part of it more than its primary use on a day-to-day basis. It's certainly, we had room there to be flexible. We designed first for, the human activity and that sort of thing. And secondarily, we know we have the needs for parking and moving cars and that sort of thing. But on a day-to-day basis, what you'll see in this space is, as in many tourism bureaus that you might visit in other cities, you'll see, again, what Carrie was referring to in terms of the pedicabs and the segways and the scooters and various tours, people staged around that area, and that's so that people could very quickly kind of get in and out of the site and that sort of thing. So again, it just gives us the flexible space. It also gives us the opportunity, if we are utilizing it for, and we have the ability to utilize it for exhibiting certain amenities in our community. So you could imagine that if we happen to be, exhibiting, it has to be something related to an antique car show and that sort of thing. We've got the ability to stage right out there and say, hey, don't forget, this month, perhaps, to the people that are visiting, go hit and I don't want to put in a plug for anybody in particular, but maybe a car museum or something like that. So it's very flexible space, but it'll be utilized on a daily basis to accommodate all the functions of the building.
Any other questions? Doug, thanks for the presentation. Very informative, yeah. It's exciting. We've become the county that repurposes things too, haven't we? We took a landfill, turned it into a world-class track facility. We took a stormwater pond, turned it into a great dog park, and now we've got a train station that will be a visitor center. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Curtis is up next, I guess, right? Carrie, you're going to kick it off? Okay.
And if I may provide some clarification that All Saints is contemplated to remain there. So I'm sorry to kind of throw it up, but just to make sure everybody's aware that they are absolutely contemplated there.
For clarification, the dental office as well, I think Commissioner probably asked for clarification, but the dental office is slated to stay.
Yes, my understanding is yes.
Thank you.
So we'll be the new kid on the block there for us there, but we'll be good. Well, good afternoon again. I am thrilled to present highlights from the Division of Tourism's 2020 marketing plan. Before I jump into it, I would like to recognize Michelle Personette, who sits on the Leon County Tourist Development Council, is here with us today, as well as Katie Cole, our Senior Marketing Director, is back over here. And I just want to let you know this plan was recently approved by the Leon County Tourist Development Council, and in the next 5 to 7 minutes, we hope to convey some of the breadth and depth and truly excitement of the marketing plan, as we will only be able to scratch the surface. Gotta get that in there, Curtis. We have plans for a very ambitious year. Curtis and I both share we've never been more excited about a marketing plan for Leon County than we are about the 2020 plan. The tourism team, in partnership with the Zimmerman Agency, has worked very, very hard to produce a very strong, dynamic, very integrated plan that will elevate the destination, engage targeted audience segments, gain greater visibility in key geographic markets to grow visitation and increase the economic impact of tourism for Leon County. Curtis will provide more detail in just a minute, but there are a few items I'm particularly excited about. We are the development and launch of a new destination app that will launch in January, in early January. As we know, 70% of folks use their mobile devices when they are in a destination, not just to get around, but also get destination information. We are developing a new mobile-first visittallahassee.com website. We are launching a new creative platform that I think you'll find pretty unexpected. And this year we are hyper-focused on target audience segmentation. And so each of those areas, and Curtis will touch on it briefly, with a dedicated budget and integrated plan specifically to reach and engage the audience segments. And we've just begun development on a new automated grant system, which we, in the Division of Tourism, manage nearly 200 grants a year. So again, we have a very, very ambitious year, a lot going on. There's a lot of programming. You're not going to have to remember everything that Curtis is about to present, because for the first time ever, we are producing a printed marketing plan that will be distributed in mid-December, and it will recap highlights from 2019 as well as go into all of the marketing programs across all the disciplines for 2020. So with that preview, I'll now turn it over to Curtis to walk through the plan in even more detail. Thank you.
I must be very long-winded is all I can say, because that's like the fifth person that told me 5 to 7 minutes. Does that count against my 5 to 7 minutes?
No, it does not.
So the good news is that Carrie gave you a pretty good preview of what you're about to see. So I'm going to call this the highlights of the highlights, because in 5 to 7 minutes, of which the county administrator told me twice he meant 5, this is going to go pretty quick. So I'm going to give you just a walkthrough on the highlights, and then we'll spend a little bit of time seeing how this is going to come to life. Okay, and just to give you some context, this took about an hour to go through this with the TDC board, so this really is going to be a cut-down version. So if I'm hurrying, it doesn't mean don't ask questions as we get to it. So we set goals for the strategic plan itself, and obviously the goals are structured so that we can actually build on everything that's been done today, but we want to advocate for the destination enhancing development, of which obviously there's a lot taking place. We want to enhance the awareness and interest and support of this visitor economy that we have going on, and it's very healthy. We want to work to enhance what that visitor experience is in Leon County and how that comes to life and what we actually can promote. We want to analyze what those opportunities are to increase the budgetary resources so that we can actually do more of what you're about to see. So as we got to goals, and this became a little harder hitting as we got into the planning, we want to make sure that we're positioning Tallahassee as a top destination in the U.S. for what we're calling trails, biking, and outdoor recreation, which includes birding. As you look at that, we also want to make sure we're focusing more on diversity, focusing on two particular audiences, arts and culture, and bringing that to life and positioning this destination as one of the top destinations in the U.S. for that, and sports with a focus on cross-country and amateur events. Also, we want to communicate to our local community what's taking place and why this is so vital to the overall enrichment of our county. So there's 3 points, and this is probably one of the most critical slides in here you're going to see that are different, and Carrie talked to you about a few of these. One is cross-channel deployment, which basically is a fancy way in marketing terms for saying one thing is not enough. It will be a very integrated program, and you'll see many channels deployed to do this. We're going to better define our audiences, which we'll talk about in a few moments, and then we're also going to optimize the digital ecosystem. So Carrie talked about that, and you'll see that again. An app launching in December, a new website launching in January, and a new CRM system launching in February. So target audiences, as we look at target audiences, this is probably a fancy way of saying that the first audience we always look at are adults that are predisposed to a weekend getaway, who can actually come here for the type of destination experience we provide, but it's deeper than that. So obviously, people travel on business. We want to try to get those people to stay an additional room night. And then we want to look at what we consider emerging opportunities, and that's intention-based travel. So if somebody believes that they want to find a great destination for biking, as an example, or hiking, we want to make sure that we're in front of that audience. If it's arts and culture, or if it happens to be cuisine, we want to make sure we're in front of those audiences. So we're going to be very intentional about the way we approach this. You'll hear this in marketing terms called a full funnel approach. We're not just looking at awareness anymore. We're looking at audiences as we go through that entire funnel. So Carrie talked about there's 3 points. One is the digital overhaul, one is the new campaign, which we'll give you a brief look at, and then also segmented growth. So the segments, it's not that we haven't been segmenting in the past, we're going to be much more intentional about the way we approach individual segments. So you will see there are some of the same tactics that you've seen in the past and strategies. Advertising will clearly be a part of what we'll do. Digital will be a part of it. Direct communication, primarily in the form of email, which has been, from a performance standpoint, a high-performing strategy for us. But public relations will expand to look at all of the audiences. So as we reach across all those segments we just talked about, PR will be a very important role, and so will social media. Social media has also performed very well, and we'll be reporting back on key metrics for that. And then promotions and grants, even though it's up to the grant recipient to actually promote their event and the success of the event, this year we'll be putting some tactics in place to support them. There are 4 areas. So trails, outdoor biking, birding, diversity, and I'm going to skip for a minute, arts and culture, and sports marketing. Those 4 areas will have specific tactics that are dedicated to those 4. So even though the tactics will go throughout the entire plan, we're breaking out within the plan those 4 segments that we can put individual initiatives in place. And then finally, as part of this, we're also looking at continuing our market activations. So we've tested market activations in Tampa and Atlanta, and that will continue. We're focusing not just having on-the-ground activations and support in those markets, but also looking at how we support that from a digital standpoint, a PR standpoint, and it's a great opportunity to concentrate a focus on individual markets, and we've seen terrific performance in the markets we've been in both Atlanta and Tampa, so we'll be continuing that this year. So this term comes up a lot, or this question came up a lot. So what are you going to do about a tagline? We need a tagline. Do you need a tagline? And this is a question that's gone on for a long time. You've probably seen over history of the TDC, there have been some taglines that have lasted. I remember I ran into the county administrator and he said, I know you're looking at taglines, and you had just come back, I guess, from Greenville at the time, and said, I keep hearing people say how unexpected it is when you get here, and I kept thinking, how does he know where we're going with this thing? Because literally, we just ran into each other in line, right? So the tagline, after some pretty extensive testing, and testing against some other variables that we had of this, the tagline that we landed on is Visit Tallahassee, Pretty Unexpected. And I'm going to show you a video real quick, and I don't want you to misinterpret this video. This video is not a TV spot. It's not the video that we'll be portraying to get people's attention. It's a video to give you an understanding of what pretty unexpected really means and how we intend to bring that to life.
Tallahassee. Just named one of the top 10 cities in the South. Quite an honor. But if you've ever been here, not a surprise. We are the best of both worlds. Pretty. Undeniably pretty. Monet simply couldn't have painted a more moving landscape. Massive live oaks dripping with Spanish moss, winding rivers, then rolling hills. They're written across this place like God's signature. And we invite every adventure seeker and outdoor lover to come worship our exhibit. Unexpected. Delightfully unexpected. Government may be our industry, but unboring is our law. Here we dance to touchdowns by day and music by night. We eat up art, science, and history as much as French, Italian, and barbecue. And we drink in only slightly more world-class sporting events than craft beer. Tallahassee. We are the best of both worlds. We are pretty unexpected.
So for 2 years, we've been talking about how do you change this narrative? How do you come up with a way to really capture what we are? We have the Tallahassee that we all know, and we have the Tallahassee that surprises people. And we believe pretty unexpected is a pretty dynamic way to do that. And we're excited about it. So you'll see in a couple of executions that we're going to show here, these are some of the potential print executions. And again, this is just to provide you an example. So we're just now starting. Matter of fact, Mallory just got an email showing one of the actual executions we'll be doing. But this is give you an idea about how pretty unexpected plays. So it could be Maclay Gardens, could be cuisine. So it's pretty, but the level of our cuisine is getting pretty unexpected. Pretty beautiful, our events might be unexpected. Pretty unexpected. So if we look at what's beautiful, we may look at 7 days and 7 nights as unexpected. And if you read the copy under that, it says, our beauty sets the stage, our events steal the show. That's what it looks like in a single page. So again, pretty, but maybe our trails are unexpected. There's an actual event to show what that'll look like with J.J. Gray and Maclay Gardens. And again, as you start to look at things, in Tallahassee and Leon County, you could actually do this all day long. It's what it looks like in an outdoor board. This is the website that will launch in January. So that's just a glimpse of what it looked like. And that will be in every way, shape, and form as contemporary as any destination website you've ever seen. And it will be beautiful. So one thing that we did as part of this was we did testing, and we actually went out and tested the ads themselves. Because you want to know what the intention is. And testing ads is a dangerous thing. Sometimes it's a thing ad agencies hate to do. Because people, it's hard to get them to be objective when they see things. And this is what we learned. Of the people that looked at this ad and were asked the question, this ad provides a positive image of the destination and would interest me in learning more. How many people agreed? If you look at the combination of agree and strongly agree, you look at a pretty compelling 66% of people agree with that. And in the advertising world, that is over the charts. for the people that agree with that. So we're excited about the campaign, excited about the plan, and I'm sure Carrie and I can answer any questions that you might have.
Has the theme been adopted and poured into the stone? It's pretty unexpected.
I'm sorry, would you ask that again?
Has all consideration been closed and the doors have been just locked and you can't input this theme about pretty and unexpected?
I will tell you the TDC board has approved it and it's been tested. Doesn't mean that there's not input that's welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The thought of what you're trying to do and actually the theme and the way the contrast is pretty thoughtful, as in pretty unexpected. One thing I noticed though in the video and even in some of the advertisements is there wasn't enough presence there of FAMU. It is a ingrained part of our community, and I think it appeals to so many HBCU grads, FAMU grads, and quite frankly, PWI grads as well.
Yeah.
And so, some kind of way we got to fit that in. I mean, it's a part of who we are. We can't miss that piece.
So to give you a comfort, that's been brought up at the TDC board meeting. It actually was in a couple of the executions. We just haven't shown them all. And we're actually capturing video to make sure that it's incorporated. And I think you'll also be very impressed with the balance of diversity that you'll see in the final product. This is just to show you a glimpse. I think we're being very smart from a marketing standpoint about diversity and smart from a community standpoint to make sure we're representing every component of the community. So your comments we've heard, and that's being put into place now. We just didn't have all the assets to put that together at this point.
The other part is, you said that video was not a TV spot. I tell you what, I mean, with the addition of some of the FAMU stuff, maybe even in that football spot split in half between the tailgating at an FSU game and tailgating at a FAMU game and some of the on-the-field action, I don't see why it can't be a TV spot. It would make me want to visit Tallahassee, and I live here. And so I don't know why it couldn't be, why it shouldn't be. Maybe a PSA or something like that, because that was pretty well put together.
Thank you. That literally was just the voice of our creative director on that. She just read over it.
Yeah.
And when we get the additional footage in there, and there were things that we were missing too that we tried to represent, I think you'll be blown away.
Is there any kind of way we can see it prior to it going live?
Yeah, certainly.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you.
Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice job, Curtis. I really do like it, and to your team and Carrie and everyone, I know there's been a lot of work going into this, so we get to sit here and see a glimpse of it in 5 minutes or so and ask a lot of questions. So I'm not surprised that you've got a lot more in the pipeline, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. And kind of picking up on that, I really want to be very sensitive with this comment, but I want to share it publicly because it stood out to me in everything in that video. We are an incredibly diverse community, more than a lot of people know, with international folks who are coming to the universities, people who live in our community, and God's signature really screams what we would think of as the Bible Belt to me, and it wasn't so unexpected. I like the phrase. I mean, in the context of the video, it really made sense. But I think part of our unexpected nature in Tallahassee is that we are so incredibly diverse in a lot of different ways. And I just hope we can be really sensitive to that. We may be able to address that with other cultural diversity, but when I hear lots of people wanting a cricket, I don't even know if you call it a court, I really don't, but some place to play cricket out at Innovation Park, it really strikes me how many people we have from different religions, different places around the world. So
Agreed.
I think that welcoming aspect, you've hit so many different elements here. That's a real sensitive one, and I wanted to bring it up.
I appreciate that. Monet's landscape was, undoubtedly the way to capture what you saw. And I think as we look at, you happen to have a TDC board that I think is very considerate and has brought up some of those comments. So those are adjustments that are being made. And I think the TDC board has asked for those. Commissioner Deloge was at the last meeting, and we've begun to make some of those adjustments. But I think you'll see the balance, and I appreciate the comment about sensitivity.
I think the balance is the right way to approach it, and we have an incredibly active faith community as well. And drawing that out is certainly not what I intend to push back on. It just, you've really hit the mark here in a lot of ways, like I said. Quick question about the app and all of these overlapping pieces. And Carrie, I know this is something that we may have talked about at different times, and it certainly came up with the Greenville experience. An app like this, and you teed it up perfectly, Commissioner Maddox, this would be a place you want to visit and you live here. Most of us don't know what's unexpected in the community. People don't get out and experience their own community, and we've talked about the weekender, people coming to town and you want to take them out for a day trip. So is this also going to be a platform for engaging, and how might you do that, engage the local community to really lift this up, lend their unexpected elements perhaps?
Yes. So you've probably seen over the years we've done different campaigns to try to educate the local community. We had a new campaign this year. We intend to continue that. The app will be a big part of that. If you look at the total amount of people that come to Leon County to visit friends and family, it's important that we're educating the friends and family they're coming to visit so they know what to do while they're here. The app will be a key component to that. So we're also, I didn't bring this out because I was rushing through that so much, but there's a very strong influencer base here in Tallahassee. And we've had a lot of success engaging with the local influencer community to get them to help tell our story. That story, if you look at their distribution, a lot of those influencers, their followers are here. Yeah. They're not just elsewhere. Our challenge is to bring people to Leon County to spend nights in our hotel rooms. But once they're here, we need to make sure that people are investing in the economy. So yes, that clearly will be a part of this.
And you can have 280,000 ambassadors for you as well if we engage. So I really love this. I think this is a huge step forward, so thank you for that. And not to go into our next presentation, but I know we're going to hear from Kathleen from COCA, and I'm hearing that there's a lot more integrative work and collaboration between COCA and TDC, and I celebrate that, and I look forward to seeing that feed in. Thank you.
I think there's an excitement about it, which is great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lindley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really like it too. I like the minimalist, pretty unexpected. Also, I think it was really important to try to elevate this sort of sleepy southern town image that I really feel that we've been stuck with, even though it seems to me in the last 20 years or more, the people who move here are expecting amenities and changes that are not just sleepy southern town. And so I really appreciate trying to reach out a little more. I like unexpected a lot. It gives me something to sort of document all of my conversations I have. I have many relatives from Connecticut, New York, and California, and they say, "You live where?" They know nothing about Tallahassee. I also am interested in, I don't know if you do this later on, in trying to separate us from Miami. I mean, so many people say Florida, it's Miami, and what else? And, this approach to our part of the state, which is distinctly different.
So there's an advantage with the audience that we're trying to get here. If you look at the research for what they want when they get here, what they want is not in Miami. What they want is not in Orlando. They want a sense of authenticity. They also want to have a chance to share things. If it's a family, they want to share things with their children that will expand the horizons of their kids. So research is telling us that. So we're trying to make sure that we're using a campaign like this to appeal to people for what we are. But there is a surprising nature to craft breweries. There's a surprising nature to the level of cuisine that's happening around us right now. There's a surprising nature to bikes, to kayaking, to parks, to everything that we have to offer. It doesn't mean that we ever have to turn our back on the history, but it means that it's time for us to move forward, and a campaign like Pretty allows us to show something as beautiful as Maclay Gardens but tell people there's something very unexpected here. But we're not turning our back on anything, but clearly it's much different, and I think it's the best platform we've ever had to differentiate ourselves from Miami and Orlando.
One more thing, I know that later on in our meeting, in our general business, we're going to talk about Choose Tallahassee sort of going over into trying to attract businesses as well as retirees. And is this something that will be used to help promote with OEV, with, businesses? When businesses look at our community, I think they also want to know what else is going on here except square footage, and a workforce.
So the intention of the campaign is clearly for visitors. I don't think there's anything that says that our community or Leon County couldn't be positioned as not just a destination, but a place to live, because it's pretty unexpected.
Thank you.
Commissioner Proctor, I may have stepped over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the video that we saw, the words "Come worship," come worship. I think our city. I couldn't get the other part. It was focused upon the, and I found that offensive. That we don't have anything to worship but God in Tallahassee, and I hope that people would not find it unexpected that we're worshiping something else.
Yes,
I would like you to look at that word and perhaps come and admire or come and see the beauty.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because truthfully, that I hadn't thought about that or heard that, so I appreciate the comment. We'll definitely take a look at that.
And also, I was looking at some hotel prices that I have during the football season, and I think that it's pretty unexpected that people pay $451 a night, and there's also mandatory minimums associated with multiple nights. It should be unexpected, and we need to do something about it because it leaves a foul taste. And I can think of nothing that's hurting the visitor image. People who come to our city for a brief outing, as you call it, people walking home feeling burnt. And I don't know how you compensate for, just large internet conversations, which I could share with you off my phone.
Yeah.
I could show you prices that were placed for, I think the Democrat did a story about Florida State and some other places and all like that. But the prices on FAMU weekends are even steeper. Yeah. And I have those prices in comparisons. I wouldn't speak what I didn't know. The questions that are being raised that when the prices go up so strenuously, do the housekeepers or the cooks or the bell people, do they get this money? Do the maids get an increase, a bump? Who gets this money when we are paying in excess of $500 a night? And that's unexpected.
Yeah.
What's really unexpected is what's killing the name of Tallahassee right now. Oh. And that ought to be a level expectation. But to come down here and get gouged is an expectation that needs to go away.
Yeah. So the first part of that's above my pay grade, so I don't know how to address that. But I can tell you I was in South Bend last year for the Notre Dame game, and I happen to know someone that works for the chamber there, which operates the destination marketing organization, and the Courtyard by Marriott was $585 a night with a 3-night minimum. And I happen to know one of the parents of one of the players, and so I called this guy and I said, listen, anything that you can do, and he said, if you can find something cheaper or something that's less controversial or more controversial, you let me know. So I think it's something that plagues us. I think it's something that plagues Clemson, plagues South Bend, plagues a lot of communities. But I think as we're looking at a weekend like homecoming, as an example, we don't really have a challenge to get people here for homecoming. We have our biggest challenge is to get people here when the hotels need it most, and look at what those need periods are. But I understand how that can set you up for a challenge, for a longer term challenge to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zimmerman, I've watched all 7 seasons of Mad Men, so therefore I'm an expert in critiquing marketing plans.
You and everybody else are running too.
But I really like this as a layman, just watching this and looking at the presentation. It looks terrific. I also want to point out the diversity aspect, which has been brought up many times before already. The great thing about this is that it's extremely versatile. Those of us that went to Greenville, I mean, their tagline was, "Yeah, that Greenville," which is ambiguous enough to be incredibly versatile. This is even better, in my opinion, because for 2 reasons. It takes the sleepy Southern image, which I'm not sure we want to totally relinquish, but we don't want to put up front necessarily. Right. But that combines it with something that exudes vibrancy. So those 2 things together in almost every single ad you have is, I think, incredibly strong. And the other thing is that this is in seasons 3 of Mad Men. The more targeting you get your message, the more it has a resonance with your audience, right? So, I mean, you can target this pretty unexpected to whatever golf magazine, musicians magazine you want to target to, and it resonates with them, which I think is a tremendously valuable element to this. So, kudos. Kudos. Thank you very much.
So at the risk of further embellishing my evidently reputation of being long-winded, so did you ever watch the show Pitch? That was right after that?
I did.
The woman that created this campaign was the rock star of that show. Her name's Liz Paradise, and she's our creative director.
That was a great show. Too short-lived, but it was a really good show.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice job, Curtis. Really well done. And as TDC rep, I can tell you, Commissioner Proctor, that's been a common discussion item we've had. It's pure supply and demand, and I know we've got a lot of supply coming online in the not-too-distant future. There's a bunch of new hotels and rooms coming on, so effectively that should help bring it down a little bit, but it's really market-driven. So, and I paid the same hotel price up at Notre Dame last year. So, Mr. Administrator, you want to weigh in?
Oh, sure. Just real quick to acknowledge Commissioner Proctor. Started off the conversation with, and I didn't want to let it go by. This is here prior to our launch. As you've heard Curtis talk about, we've tested it. We've had amazingly talented partners in the Zimmerman Agency, as well as the guidance from our industry professionals in the community, which we're very fortunate to have. But we all recognize that the buck stops here, so to speak, and so we were seeking the kind of input and reaction that we got here tonight. So we appreciate it, but as always, if the board has anything else for us, again, it is here very intentionally before we launch. So again, and it's not really formalized very much, because we also recognize that there's not really even though there's a beginning and an end to some of these campaigns, this is an evolution and a continuously changing and repositioning thing that we do. But we do recognize, again, that the buck stops here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Good discussion. Kathleen, I think you're up next. We move.
Thank you.
Thanks, Curtis. Thanks to Ken. Thank you, Carrie. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners and colleagues. I'm Kathleen Spihar, and I'm the Executive Director of the Council on Culture and Arts, also known as COCA. I am delighted and humbled that the Commission set aside time today for both the proclamation for our beloved John Lawrence and a COCA update from me. Joining me today are some of my staff members. I wanted to acknowledge and thank them for being in the room today, and that's Amanda Thompson, our Assistant Director and Education Director, Erica Thaler, who's our Marketing Manager, and Nick Pavlovic, who is our Business Manager. We really appreciate this opportunity to provide space to honor the work that COCA does in the community and to update the Commission on COCA since our conversation with the Commission had happened last spring. So, as many of you know, I moved to Tallahassee in mid-August to become the Executive Director of COCA. My previous time here in 2011 as a visiting professor at Florida State University introduced me to this charming, unique area where ideas, ambitions, and intentions continually thrive. At that time, I became a member of COCA using the resources in my class and marveling at the resourcefulness, efficiency, and ability for this organization to address its community no matter the request. So after my professorship concluded, I served as an arts industry leader, especially in the areas of programming, grant funding, and administration, organizational management, and community partnerships. This work contributed to the buildup of a Midwestern city, also known as a sleepy northern city, St. Paul, Minnesota, and that was built up through arts and culture, where I was also a homeowner and a community builder. Recently, when I was seeking an opportunity to focus more on community-based arts services, COCA was the perfect fit. So now, I am back in Tallahassee, discovering how the ambitions of this county and city can live out through the cultural and economic vibrancy and COCA as the main catalyst. So in the 13 weeks since I've been back, I've spent time at COCA, as you can see from the slide, in the community, having conversation with artists, grantees, partner organizations, and community members, identifying COCA projects for the year, engaging directly with service users, establishing a positive relationship with my staff and board, and gathering information to better establish how COCA can move forward in continued partnerships with the county, city, and community. So in particular, I want to share 2 exciting updates. Last spring, COCA discussed the great strides made as the community that invests in the arts and culture. So from 1996 to present, COCA has worked with the county and city on implementing and managing a variety of grant programs. As this region has grown, so have both funds and needs. So this fall, COCA facilitated and managed 4 competitive, rigorous grant panels over 8 weeks. A group of volunteer grant panelists, experts in each application's focus, reviewed and ranked the applications. And the results are impressive. As you can see from the very top of the slide, there were 83 projects that were submitted, 68 grantees at about a little over $1.7 million to work with. So here's a layout of the 4 programs that you can see on the slide. To clarify, 2 of these programs have been, the grants themselves have been approved, and now we're starting to work with our grantees on contracts, and the other 2 are still in process. So the 2 programs that have actually been approved are in the top left-hand corner, the FY20 Cultural Grants Program. And you can see how many projects and grantees we have in that area, a little over $1.1 million. And we were very proud that we were able to fund about 91% of those projects. In the bottom right corner, you'll see the FY20 Arts Education Grants. And there we have about 12 projects that were approved and a little over $5,000. And we had about a 51% funding rate. So I had mentioned earlier that the need, we see the differences in funds and needs. And so these 2 different grant programs really point that out. The other 2 programs you'll see on the slide, the bottom corner, left-hand corner there, the FY20 Cultural Tourism Marketing Grant. So we were proud this year that we had the most amount of money to work with. This is a relatively new program of the last couple of years, and we have about $113,000 to work with. 34 projects are recommended for funding, and we will know more about the results of those recommendations at the November 21st TDC meeting. And then lastly, we have a Cultural Facilities Matching Grant Program. So this particular year, we had FY19 and FY20 were combined together into the same round. So out of all it was very, very competitive. And at the $467,000 that we had to work with, we have right now 3 projects recommended for funding, and it's about a 53% funding rate. So this really shows you, in many respects, how the needs of the community are continuing to grow, and also how we're distributing the money based on what the needs of the community are. So to also
clarify from what's different this year from last year when we talked last spring about this program. We reviewed our grants plan last spring and we made some adjustments to the process in each of these categories. And so we clarified funding formula language, we addressed requests for reconsideration, and we created a fast-track application for organizations with small funding requests. So these changes are reflected in these results that you see. In addition, we've already identified tasks for this year to continually revisit the grants process and assure the best alignment with the needs of our community. We're also considering how our relationship with our funding partners works best and what changes need to be made to enhance these relationships. Evaluating our current programs and processes will continue over the next several weeks as we prepare for the new grant rounds in 2020. Conversations about working together are also always my favorite, so I'm also delighted to share news of a deeper strategic partnership between COCA and the Division of Tourism, Leon County. This involves tactical and relational changes between the organizations. So you can see here there's a menu of some of the partnership items that exemplify how the relationship between the organizations will live out this year. So for example, earlier this fall, Visit Tallahassee Executive Director Carrie Post and I met and negotiated a more robust partnership exchange included in that FY20 grant and community services contract that you see at the very top of that slide. Just last week, COCA and Visit Tallahassee marketing staff met on a variety of topics, including coordinated marketing workshops and reduced cost advertising opportunities for arts organizations and artists themselves. So we appreciate very much the opportunity to work closely together and make a big difference this year. Because of the great work by Leon County, the Division of Tourism, and many other stakeholders, I believe this year will be a year of growth and change. So I'm currently conducting a listening tour, so if I haven't had a chance to meet with you one-on-one, the request is coming. And if you'd like to reach out, I'm accessible at the address and the number on this slide. So on behalf of COCA, we're grateful for this time with you today. We appreciate being part of this team and look forward to continuing our partnership in ways that benefit our city, county, and cultural community best.
Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I used to get an earful from John Lawrence when he was on the COCA, and I always felt access to its goings on. The only member that I think that I know now is Commissioner Maddox, but I feel disallowed. I'm not privileged to talk to him, I think, directly. But I did want to ask Commissioner Maddox, as our representative on that board, number one, the Hartsfield Children's Choir wants to go to New York and perform at singing somewhere. Yeah. Can COCA support that? And they're trying to raise, I understand, $70,000. And I think that while the performance won't be in Tallahassee, it will be representative of Tallahassee on a stage as well. And they will represent arts and so forth. Number one, can we anticipate that COCA will support that, and how are you supposed to go about asking? Secondly, the sense of inclusion, diversity, and access to COCA funding and the processes with which one goes about funding. Are you content with that being a function of and a priority of COCA to make sure that 2020's money and how you go about getting it is actually actualized?
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Proctor, I think at the last meeting rescinded my board, or gave in my board resignation to be a part of the COCA board and nominated Commissioner Dozier, who took over the position. But I can tell you, and Kathy may want to speak to this as well, that COCA's money specifically, TDC monies are specifically to be used for performances that will bring people into Tallahassee. And I think that part will make it difficult for COCA to be able to expend any funds on Hartsfield being able to take trips outside Tallahassee. Now, what I don't know, and Kathleen, what you might want to help me out with, is the sponsorship opportunity there. Does COCA have sponsorship money to sponsor something like that? Which even if they did, I'm not sure that the amount that would be given to sponsor would, it would probably help, but it wouldn't make a dent in the $70,000 that they're looking to get to. As far as the diversity and the I'm guessing you're talking about the distributions of funds from COCA. I believe the process that COCA has in place right now is one that lends itself to fairness and a look at diversity. I don't know how much the application includes a split there when it comes to a percentage that goes to minorities or women-owned projects and things like that. But I do think the process itself is a very fair one. But what I want to do now is, that's just my take from where I was when I was on the board. I do want to give Commissioner Dozier and Kathleen an opportunity to speak on and clarify me on anything that I might have missed out on. In particular, the opportunity that may be there for us to support, for COCA to support Hartsfield, as I think, everybody in the community is jumping on board to try to get Hartsfield on this trip, and I think we all are showing our support in different ways. But I think that's a good question you ask, and I know they can't necessarily give a grant, but I'm wondering about the sponsorship opportunity there. Kathleen?
Thank you so much for your questions, Commissioners. So these are fantastic questions. To first start with the Hartsfield Children's Choir, this situation and this opportunity has been I've been talked to already about this by a couple of community members. So I think that where COCA can come in the most useful at this point is to sit down with the organizers and to talk through what their fundraising strategy is, where they're at right now, who they've asked, and help them come up with a plan, and we may have some additional resources for them to look at. At this point right now, we don't have a sponsorship program at COCA that any grantee or applicant can take advantage of. That is something that COCA is looking at as a possibility for the future, but at this point, we do not have that available. But we certainly can sit down and talk to the Hartsfield Children's Choir and see how we can potentially help them out with their fundraising ambitions. In regards to the process this year, just to clarify too that the fundraise or the grants process, what my staff and I we shepherded through the entire process ourselves. All the staff members at COCA were involved. We had a board of directors member at every single one of our panel discussions, in the panelist reviews. We had a very intensive training with our panelists themselves, and we also surveyed all of our grantees. We've set out about 6 surveys to our grantees this year and our panelists. So we took the feedback part of our, as we always do, we look very closely at feedback, but we really took that very seriously and made sure that there were plenty of opportunities to give that kind of feedback to COCA. And then our board of directors has a subcommittee that is going to be meeting later on this month, and they will also look at all that feedback from our grantees as we look at, continue to look at our processes at COCA.
It's just the whole overture toward the diversity and the distribution of our monies, because I'm not sure if we have a WMBE standard applicable to COCA. I don't know, but that we do have diversity consciousness within efforts to distribute our monies. I know that John Lawrence was capable of not needing help to lift that variable up. I know Commissioner Maddox was at that table, and I don't know if we even have any African Americans there or any Asians or anyone speaking to diversity issues now. And my hopes are that our antenna in this board actually extend to and touch and agree with your mindset with respect to our interest in diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I can reply to that by saying that I know 2 members of the subcommittee are African American, including the head of the committee.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kathleen, welcome officially. First presentation at the County Commission. And I, picking up on this conversation, but also just to start with maybe the most obvious comment, I've had a lot of concerns about COCA over the years and the grant process and appeals and other things like that. If we don't have a really clear process within COCA as an independent organization, we may hear about it and not have a lot we could do about it. I start there because in the few short months since I think I was appointed in September or so I have attended my first meeting and we've spent a lot of time together. I am so phenomenally excited about the progress you've already made. The staff, certainly talking with Erica and Amanda and others, are very excited about this, but I also want to say, Commissioner Proctor and others, I've talked to other community members, and not to speak for her, no one could, but Ms. Altemeans-Barnes shared a lot of the same thoughts, as did others, about the direction we're moving with the grant process. It has worked well in most respects, unless there's a problem. And that's really an area that the language, things like that I know you're already starting to address. I'm very excited about the committee moving forward. So thank you for that. Just wanted to jump right in on the grant process. In fact, this is, some of these issues were discussed very openly at the last board meeting, and I think we will be discussing them again in the future. So this is a work in progress, but we've made a tremendous amount of progress so far, I should say that, and it's just building on that. So thank you for your efforts. You've certainly jumped in to the deep end, I'll say, and gotten a lot of facts and a lot of details and really owned this subject matter in the recent months. So I'm very excited about that. So that was part of just that ongoing discussion we've had about grants, and I feel very encouraged. To the question about Hartsfield School, and Commissioner Jackson, I always have to say this, right? As a hawk myself, and others in the room, I really love what you said, Kathleen, about helping discuss fundraising strategies. There are so many groups like this, and we've seen the Boys Choir in past years and others really get a lot of national or international attention. And having a strategy to help support those groups, it may be a short fundraising time period, I think is exceptional. So I would celebrate that, and if there's any way that we could help with that in the short time we have to fundraise for those kids, I think, at least for myself, and I'm sure for others, we'd welcome the opportunity to help. The last thing that I wanted to ask, just where we're going from here. What I've really heard from you in looking at the whole community, all different aspects of arts, culture, and heritage, do you see, I'm going to take, Carrie's going to love this, our tagline, our unexpected, right? Drawing out some of those unexpected things that have been here for a while and could really be elevated in some of this new conversation. Are you seeing kind of an evolution of this going forward? Not to put too much on your plate.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Absolutely. I think that one of the things that I know that we've had great conversations with Visit Tallahassee, and the idea of these unique events that also are very authentic, unusual, and funky, a little bit, quirky. Those are the types of events too that, and types of performances or offerings that sometimes I think, being a native Tallahassean, you may not quite see in the same way. I do bring a different kind of lens, because since I have a pretty vibrant arts lens around the country, and including what's happened here 8 years ago and now, and so I can see things differently. And so I'm really looking forward as I continue my conversations with our really vibrant arts, culture, and heritage community about ways that we can work together differently. ways that we can look at how we package our events, or even just helping the organizations or individuals that are organizing these events help themselves. And so we have actually some workshops planned to that effect that we're going to be helping out with, so that we can try to get the community to kind of look at themselves a little differently too. So I think all of that's part of our future plans. I'm very excited to be here. I chose purposefully to be here. I felt really drawn at this particular time in the history of the county and the city, that what I can do here with my experience and skills and so on can really help the city and the county get to where they want to be. And the partnership with Visit Tallahassee this year has really been fantastic. And we're really looking forward to continuing to deepen that and help each other out as we look at our entire community. What's unique? What do we consider authentic? Those types of things, and just have a bigger conversation about that across all of our different partnerships that we work with.
Thank you for that. Last comment, Mr. Chair, is it is not easy to pick up midstream in any organization as an executive director, and I just want to compliment you on how quickly you've gotten up to speed on a lot of challenging issues and jumped right into it. I know there's a lot more work, but thank you for your efforts over the summer before you took the job and ongoing.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Kathleen, welcome back. I'm glad to have you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Real quick, can you just give us, we had some discussions at the TDC about, COCA has a board seat on the TDC, so we thought it would be appropriate. Could TDC have a board seat on COCA? And could you give us an update on where we're at with that?
Certainly.
Talking about the relationship and where we are.
Absolutely. Well, Executive Director Carrie Post and I have been in contact about this. So this is under discussion. And so there has been a letter from the TDC that has been written to the COCA board. And the COCA board has discussed this at their last board meeting. That was really the first opportunity that they've had as a board to get together and start to talk about this. So the next board meeting at COCA is November 21st at 4 p.m. And there's an opportunity we're going to continue the discussion. And any TDC council member is invited to attend and to be part of that conversation. But I do know that there is some written communication that's going to be going back and forth between TDC and COCA board as we continue to explore that topic.
Okay. You think we'll have a resolution before the year's out?
It's really hard for me to say right now. This decision is really up to the board. And so I think, what we're trying to do is just try to keep the open conversation going as much as possible. I mean, the letters are fine, but, any kind of face-to-face conversation that we can have at the meetings, I think is going to just help get any questions out. COCA's a nonprofit organization, and so we're looking very carefully at what legalities are tied to this kind of a change. So, and that's where we're sort of pulling some of that apart, and just having also just a broader conversation about what this would also mean to add an ex officio on. It's a little different nature than the council. So we're just wanting to make sure that we're clear and everyone is clear of what these conversations are. So the important thing is that we keep talking about it.
I would just lean in strongly and say that as your primary funder, I would think it's appropriate we had a board seat, just one man's opinion.
And I believe that's what the TDC letter said from the council too, so
Okay.
from that.
Thanks. Thank you, though. Great job. Keep up the good work. Anything else?
I appreciate it.
Kat, thanks so much.
Thank you so much for the time, Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I would like to say that as she walks away, Kathleen, and that presentation is everything I knew she would be from the interview that she gave us during the search process. I want to say I'm impressed, but it's exactly what I expected from you coming here, and I look forward to great things from you and the board moving forward in continued partnership. Thank you.
All right, I think it's a move on to consent now, Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have one item pulled from consent, item number 5, pulled by Commissioner Dozier.
You want to discuss 5, or let's dispose of everything else first? We have a motion and a second for consent. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, that's the remainder of consent. Okay, item 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 5 is a payment in lieu of taxes reimbursement to the Tallahassee Housing Authority. This item comes to you each year, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Who pulled? Commissioner Dozier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One line in this item stuck out to me in light of our new housing leadership group and all of the work we've done in the last couple of years, creating the land trust and others, and that was there is no formal county policy that governs the PILT funds, but historically we have turned them or given them to Tallahassee Housing Authority. If that is the right move going forward, that is fantastic, but I wanted to make a motion for option one with the addition that in the next year, staff looks at those funds in light of the changes we've made and gives us some recommendations on how those funds are used at Tallahassee Housing or other alternatives if they see a better way to appropriate those funds. That would be my motion, Mr. Chair.
That's the motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, thank you.
I think, okay, we have a motion and a second. Any
Just for
discussion?
more information.
Yeah, no, I think it makes perfect sense. Commissioner Proctor.
What spirit is that money designated now? Is that in the spirit of affordable housing? Is it in the spirit of folk who can't afford housing at all? What context are we conveying money to? And it's not, I guess, CDBG money.
Sure. Commissioner Proctor, this is Florida statutes allows for taxing authorities who aren't exempt from taxes but do pay. They allow the local government, us in this case, to provide or reimburse their taxes back to them each year. As Commissioner Dozier noted, we've been doing that as a matter of practice for many years and have just been providing those tax dollars back to them for the purposes of Tallahassee Housing Foundation's affordable housing operations.
Well, it sounds like it's a pretty altruistic reason, and unless there is something more, greater need for dollars to be diverted from the Tallahassee Housing Authority Foundation, then I would be inclined that we continue to do the sustaining efforts of which Florida statute encourages us to do. If there's something superior to affordable housing and people who've generated taxes, and the legislature allows us to remit that back to them, then I'd like to hear it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for
go ahead, if you want to
clarification.
clarify, yeah.
Commissioner Proctor, I am not suggesting using these funds for anything other than affordable housing programs. It's just our opportunities within affordable housing and our collaboration with Tallahassee and our nonprofit partners has taken a huge leap forward in the last year. So I discussed this in briefing with County Administrator. We just didn't have that many options before. So this just gives staff the ability to look for other options in the next year if they exist, or leave it the same, all within the affordable housing bucket. That's it.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I'd like a comparative analysis of whoever might be considered, and I'd like to know the merits of the pros and cons of why we would transfer to an alternative option. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. And I think that's embedded effectively the way I understand it, yeah. Okay, good. Any other discussion? We have a motion by Commissioner Dozier, seconded by Commissioner Lindy, with the add-on that we basically expand this from right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Perfect. Done with consent. We have citizens to be heard now, or do we go straight to...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've got citizens to be heard on non-agended items. We've got 2 speaker cards. The first one is Jeremy Block.
Jeremy, name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Jeremy Block, 1109 East 6th Avenue in Tallahassee. I was here last month and brought up a subject that had just hit the streets, and I'll review it ever so briefly because I'm not here to reiterate once again the story. Senate Bill 168 has been involving the undocumented individuals in our community that for any number of reasons were picked up by sheriff and police and jailed in our county facility. And at the end of their sentence or making bail, they are now requiring that the ICE organization be notified and they be given an opportunity to have 48 hours to pick up these undocumented workers or citizens. And I'm appalled with that. I think it's just a slippery slope that I would like to see reversed. It's not being reversed. It was heard by a judge in Palm Beach County last month, and she happened to rule that everything was in order and it's going to remain in effect with one exception. And the big exception is that Leon County Sheriff deputies would not be required to transfer these individuals to a federal detention facility as first indicated. They are going to have to come to Leon County, pick them up, and then take them to a facility. And the payoff to that, to the Sheriff's Department, is that for every individual that is held the additional 48 hours, there's a $50 fee that would be paid to the Sheriff's Department. What I'm here to briefly talk about is, I think that's a situation where we've been given lemons, and I would love to make lemonade out of it. I have a proposal, briefly stated, where we would use that money in collecting to help individuals who are not documented to attain proper documentation to become worthwhile citizens in our community. I think if it's lumped together, it's a viable way of using that money, not just to the Sheriff's General Fund, but to work toward getting people back into the community. And I encourage the administrative assistants of you commissioners to please contact me. I'm happy to work on this issue in conjunction with them and to hopefully make some inroads, because I think we have an ability to put a proper spin on this instead of what to me seems to be entirely negative. Thank you very much for your time. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bart Bibler. Art, you know the drill. Name and address for the record, please.
I do.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Bart Bibler. I live at 3673 Mossy Creek Lane here in Tallahassee. I'm here to give you a very short update on the 32304 summits that we've been holding. We have had just enormous amount of support by the community. I would say it's really a community movement. And first of all, I want to express appreciation that many of you, most of you, have attended and have seen this firsthand, that this is a true commitment by a lot of sectors, really every sector. And what I'm passing around to you is kind of where we're at. We have now held 3 summits. We've had 10 different goal areas of strategies that have been developed and rated and rediscussed. And now we're ready to the implementation discussion. And the recommendation is that in order to implement all these strategies, we need a collective impact structure to reduce poverty. And that is a roundtable comprised of all sectors of our community to help decide how to triage the recommendations, how to direct resources, and remove barriers and obstacles that exist between the various sectors. And so, first and foremost, I'm very excited to announce that Summit 4 will be held December 5th at the Florida State University Turnbull Professional Development Center. This has been provided by President Thrasher and his staff, so we're very excited about that. It will be held from 8:30 to 1:30. Speakers start at 9. And I would urge you to understand that this is now a community issue. It's bigger than any commissioner. It's bigger than any commission. We've got everybody at the table. We had President Robinson from FAMU close the last summit. We had Sheriff Walt McNeil announced All in Leon at the second summit. We've had the entire spectrum But now what we need to come together to address poverty as a collective. Other places, particularly Canada, has implemented collective impact to reduce poverty and has had enormous success. And they tried what we've been trying, which is a number of different organizations doing their thing, and found that they couldn't move the needle until they established the collective impact where they could discuss the collaboration that's needed. In the 10 pages of strategies that have been developed, every one of them requires collaboration to be implemented. And so we're at a pivotal stage where if we don't establish the infrastructure, the collaborative infrastructure to make decisions at the highest level among each sector, then these initiatives will fall by the wayside, and that would be a very, very sad statement for all the effort that's gone in from all sectors of our community.
Bart, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next up, is that it for speakers? All right, general business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Your first item, item number 26, Commissioners, is comes at your direction of June 18th. At that meeting, you directed that an item come back for your consideration of establishing a syringe exchange program.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. A point of order. I think one other citizen desired to speak tonight, and I was asking did his card get lost or what happened?
No, sorry about that, Dr. Holyfield. I read tobacco, which is an item on the agenda. Okay.
Okay. You want to do that first?
Mr. Chairman, your prerogative.
We can let Dr. Holyfield.
Okay. Dr. Holyfield.
Dr. Holyfield, Longleaf Court, couldn't help but note that in this most recent action, you now have all-white executive leadership of this county commission. All white, all male. The chair is white, the vice chair is white, the administrator is white. We're going backwards. And keep in mind, before the first black came on this county commission, a lawsuit had to be filed by the NAACP. First one was Henry Lewis. You all remember that? Dr. Henry Lewis had to file a lawsuit to get a black person on the county commission. And now we had a situation with the county attorney, which is just an outright travesty. A black woman with lots of expertise passed over. I mean, when Vince Long was appointed, there was no national search. Do these national searches only apply to black people? Is that the way it is? If you're black and they want to deny you the position in the first place, they just do a national search and choose somebody else? And what about this black woman? What's going to happen to her? Is she going to have to train the white woman? Is that the way y'all do it? She doesn't know anything about county government in Leon County. So you're going to get the black woman to train the white woman. If she refuses, what will you do? Fire her? Tell her to just get the hell out of Leon County? That's what's going on. We're going backwards. A couple of other issues, and this 3-minute limit is ridiculous. This needle exchange program, y'all should have had that a long time ago. It's been demonstrated that it helps prevent HIV. And at one point when I checked in Leon County, if you look at the death rate of people with HIV, most of the people dying were black. The black rate of death rate for HIV was about 9 times that of whites at one point. So, you know, you folks aren't really, you aren't real. And then what tourists are going to come to Tallahassee, want to come to Tallahassee when we got a D-rated hospital 3 times in a row? Mark O'Brien gets more than $1 million a year bonus to run a D-rated hospital? I mean, this is crazy. It's a public hospital. The city owns it.
That's 3 minutes, Dr. Hollifield.
Well, I need some more time.
No.
The city owns it.
Dr. Hollifield, 3 minutes.
You need to hear this, Lord.
No.
The city owns this public
we've
hospital,
heard before, Dr.
derated 3 times in a row. Would you want your relative to come to this town?
We gave you 3 minutes.
I mean, really and truly. This is unreal.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
And the way that y'all treated that black woman,
Dr. Hollifield, thank you.
you should be ashamed. What, you going to put me in jail? The way y'all treated that black woman is a shame.
Thank you, Dr. Hollifield.
And we shouldn't stand for it. I'm not going to be intimidated by you. I repeat it. I repeat. The way y'all treated that black woman is a shame.
Thank you. Good night. All right, back to item number 26.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 26, Commissioners, again, at your June 18th meeting, you directed staff to bring back an item for your consideration on the establishment of a syringe exchange program. This item provides a full analysis of recent legislation authorizing such a program and a draft ordinance, which is the first step, Commissioners, in establishing a program locally. Heather Peoples, who provided the staff analysis, and the work on this item is here to answer any questions you might have. With that, Commissioners, we are recommending option 1.
Before I kick it off, it's Commissioner Lindley first, then Commissioner Dozier. I think this is something I brought up, if I remember correctly, or did you bring it up?
Well, I think also Commissioner Maddox brought it up earlier, so we have been, we're all grateful that the legislature has sort of authorized counties to participate in that. I guess it's come up in several conversations.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, I bet it was you, of course.
No, well, I think it might surprise some people. I brought it up, but I just wanted to go on the record
No,
and
it's a
say,
great.
doesn't cost any money, saves lives, you know.
Well, I mean, it is, and I appreciate also Dr. Paul Aarons being here, as well as Claudia Blackburn. I know you've been working behind the scenes with Heather. Thank you for great staff work on that. Yeah, this is really just the first step that our county would be allowed to begin, just to begin the process. There are a lot more steps ahead, some of them rather complicated, which is to find someone to actually administer the program, given that the state legislature, unless it reconsiders, is not allowing any local or state dollars to be spent on this kind of a program. So this first step, I understand the process would be to have a public hearing in December and begin a draft ordinance at that time, so we can move forward, work with our community partners in the hopes that we will be able to establish a syringe exchange program. I did want to mention, I wanted to thank Dr. Aarons particularly. We've been communicating quite a bit on this in the last month or so, and when we're doing the draft ordinance, one of the things that he brought up this morning as we discussed it was some of the language, one piece of it on Section 3, which is the intravenous drug users and sexual partners would be the target audience. And he said that perhaps injection drug users might be preferable. That's more inclusive. Not everyone who might participate in a needle exchange would necessarily be intravenous users, but could be just injections and carries the same problem. So that's a sort of a nuance, but it's probably something well worth making sure we're clear on that. So I would like to go ahead and make a motion for option 1.
I'd second.
To proceed, but if we could make at least that one change on the draft, to be sure to look into it at any rate. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for your help with this.
Commissioner Dozier.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I had pushed the button so long ago. I think Commissioner Lindley captured it.
We can move on.
Yeah, I think there's a good bit. The one thing that we haven't mentioned, I think, is for a different discussion, but HIV rates continue to go up. I think this is a good program to help address that, and other ways that we could get more information about those rates and other strategies in the community. This just kind of was one of the first times we've seen some of those numbers in a little while, and it stuck out to me. So maybe in our healthcare conversation in the spring or something like that. I'm not sure when is the appropriate time, Mr. County Administrator, but aside from what Commissioner Lindley just mentioned, that was the only other thing that I wanted to mention, and I really am glad that we can finally move forward with this. Good luck to you. At the Health Department, everyone, I hope we can get some partners with this. Thank you.
Good. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote to support this, but I did have some questions I was hoping I could ask either Ms. Peoples or Ms. Blackburn, if you don't mind. The only other SEP that's been set up in Florida is in Miami-Dade, and they did that a couple years ago. They've had 1,000 participants, but only 66 of them were referred for substance abuse treatment. I don't know if... Yeah, thank you. So in Miami-Dade, they've been in place for about 2 years. They have 1,000 participants, but only 66 have been referred for substance abuse treatment. Why so few? I'd like to know, and maybe you don't have the answer here right now, but I'd like to find out maybe for the December 10th meeting, why haven't more of those 1,000 participants been referred to substance abuse treatment?
If I may, my understanding is that these sort of wraparound services are all optional. There are no requirements to participate in the program. So I'd imagine that would be part of the reason why it would be upon the participant to choose to engage in those additional wraparound services. But we're happy to look into that further and bring back more information.
It'd be good to find out, if you don't know already, what Miami-Dade might be doing to increase that number, because I'd like to follow in the path of if we're having the SEP, what can we do to encourage more of those exchangers to take the substance abuse treatment? I think it'd be really helpful for us. And then, second question, how do you expect the Leon County Health Department to select the recommendation or to identify a recommended vendor for doing the actual program management?
I believe that that's actually the county's responsibility. I believe that's your responsibility to find whoever you're going to contract with. And there's a list of approved contractors.
I could be wrong, Ms. Blackburn. I thought that the health department made a recommendation, and then the county basically approved that provider. I could be wrong on that, but that's how I read it. That's what my notes said. Yeah.
We certainly have been in conversation with actually two of the federally qualified health centers. They're here tonight, Dr. Robinson from Bond and Janae Freeman, the executive director for Neighborhood Medical. They've both expressed interest in administering this program if they can find funds. But I'll have to look again, but I don't believe that we're the ones that actually approve that. We're to provide technical assistance.
I think the idea is you recommend after you've reviewed, yeah.
That's what I read.
So we would approve.
So I thought I read it.
Okay, yeah.
And then I guess my main point is that when you start looking around at potential program managers for this, in Section 5 of the ordinance, the draft ordinance, it basically lists the different types of eligible providers. And so when you start asking around for eligible vendors, there's no preconception on one or two of those types, right? It's basically casting it out a wide net on all of those eligible types, and then whichever ones you'll make a recommendation from those people that respond to that request, correct? I think that's how it works.
Heather can provide clarification if needed.
Yeah.
Do you want to clarify?
So part of the statutory requirements is to enlist the local health department for their expertise to provide us with recommendations. As county staff, we're not health experts. So working very closely with them to identify a partner that's able to meet all of the requirements listed out in statute, that will be something that staff will be working with the health department closely to identify partners that are eligible but also able to meet those statutory requirements.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. All right, no more speakers. I have a motion. I have a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to, I didn't know that Dr. Robinson was in the building, and I wanted to send a shout out. The Bond Community Health Center held their 35-year commemoration. And while she's here, I wanted to say how hard the work, and I don't think you've been at all 35, Dr. Robinson, but I pull your time sheets and you've been at them. And I want to thank her for her leadership, outstanding service, and the other director for neighborhood health for all that they're doing to provide and sustain care to the South Side, but in particular the 35-year milestone. And I attended this event and was well pleased with the pageantry of celebration. We thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well said, Commissioner Proctor. I think Dr. Robinson has done 35 years in about 10 years, just saying. We have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. Next up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, item 27 seeks your, or provides a report rather, on local government ordinances prohibiting the sale of smoking and vaping products to those under 21 years of age, and seeks the board's direction should you wish to develop such an ordinance in Leon County. Commissioners, as we note in the item, state legislation was filed last year to raise the age to buy tobacco and vaping products to 21 as a matter of state law, obviously statewide. It passed by the Senate but was not heard by the House. There are bills already filed for the 2020 legislative session. While we can't speculate on the outcome there, it is expected to be a considerable issue of interest in the upcoming session. We also note in the analysis, Commissioners, two local governments in Florida, in Alachua County and the city of Fort Lauderdale, who have proceeded with the passage of local ordinances prohibiting the sale of these products to people under 21. However, we also point out the significant potential difficulties in enforcing such an ordinance locally. Commissioners, we're happy to answer any questions you might have. And again, we're seeking your direction on this item.
Any speakers?
We have two speakers on this item. The first one, okay.
Let's go and listen to the speakers first. What do you think? Yeah.
Got it. First speaker is David Francis.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Francis. I'm at 715 Miccosukee Road. I'm here on behalf of the American Heart Association. We just want to encourage you to look at a draft ordinance on this issue. We know that smoking continues to be an epidemic for our students and for our youth. And with the introduction of e-cigarettes, it's even gotten worse. There's some local statistics around Leon County where it says I think in 2012, 3.3% of students have tried e-cigarettes, and in 2016, that number was up to 24.5%. So we do know it's an epidemic, but we want to ensure that when we look at something like this, we look at a comprehensive issue. Don't just do the vaping, because we don't want that to have some unintended consequences. We want to make sure that we are not punishing our youth for guerrilla marketing tactics used by Big Tobacco. And we want to make sure that there is some type of enforcement implementation with a tobacco retail license at the local level. Currently at the state level, the tobacco retail license does not include the vaping shops and e-cigarette shops, so they can't enforce where they don't know where people are being sold these products. So we really encourage you to move forward with the draft. We'll be happy to be a resource for any staff looking at language. We've been working on this issue now for about 2 years. We have best practices over, I think, 13 states and 470 communities across the country have adopted this type of policy. To let you know that Hillsborough County just passed an ordinance last week also around this. They did only include vaping, but they did make an motion after that ordinance was passed that they work with the American Heart Association and others to bring forth a comprehensive tobacco policy rather than just limit it to the e-cigarettes. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dr. Holyfield.
Name and address for the record, Dr.
Dr. Holyfield, Longleaf Court. Despite the fact that y'all ain't really serious, y'all don't care when black people smoke all these cigarettes. I got proof of it. Piggly Wiggly. I told the CRA when Roxanne Manning was running around, y'all gonna give them $205,000? $205,000? If you're gonna give Piggly Wiggly $205,000, at a minimum tell them you will not be allowed to sell tobacco products. Perfectly reasonable proposition. I went to FSU College of Medicine, they weren't interested. TMH, they weren't interested. Leon County Health Department, not interested. The guy who was just up here, not interested. Claudia, not interested. I mean, period. $205,000, we are subsidizing the sale of tobacco in this community, especially in regard to menthol cigarettes, the favorite of the black community. Menthol goes into the fine airways. That's why when black people discover they got lung cancer, it's too late because it's deep in the lungs. And then there's something, you won't find it in the business textbooks. There's something I call market-based racism. That's what's taking place in Leon County. You go to Greenwise, where they sell to all of them rich white people, they don't sell cigarettes. And Nick, I talked to you about this a while back. How can Publix be allowed to sell tobacco products in the black community and poor white communities, and yet when they sell to rich white people, they say no tobacco allowed in Greenwise stores. It's market-based racism. You know, you won't find it in the business textbooks, but this is what I've determined, and it's taking place. Market-based racism. No cigarettes in Greenwise at all. Prohibited. Yet, at Piggly Wiggly in the middle of the black community, you subsidize the sale of cigarettes. I mean, this is just a game. No help from Leon County Health Department. No help from FSU College of Medicine. No help from Mark O'Brien trying to get these cigarettes out of the black community. I mean, it is just a scam. Remember the term, it came from me. I invented it, market-based racism, and it's happening right here in Leon County, and it's killing people.
Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is only so much a county can do, and I am really glad we dug into this issue. David, thank you for your comments and for you and your team, your efforts at the state level and the county level. Glad to know Hillsborough is moving forward, and I will also acknowledge we haven't had a chance to talk this week, so this, but I think we dug into the enforcement issue over the summer when we talked, and that's my real hang-up on this item and the ordinance moving forward. I am uncomfortable with what I'm hearing about Alachua and some of the struggles they've had getting compliance and even getting a license first, and then we haven't gotten into the enforcement question. I would fully support the state moving forward with a statewide issue, and I think that is the appropriate place to do this because they have the enforcement mechanism there. I will note, as you said in your comments, David, I did not know that vaping shops didn't have the same license requirement as tobacco shops. That is a huge gap you could drive a truck through or more. My hope would be that this issue gets a lot more traction in the session this year because there's so much attention on vaping. I am, as I said, I've struggled with this, but for my part right now, and I'd love to hear the comments from others, so I'm not going to make a motion right now, but we have looked at enforcement questions before with the gun show loophole, with internet cafes, with other things like that. this, and we've talked about this issue of the cost and the enforcement, but this one is, to me, a different level of cost, and I'm not sure we would have the impact as a county that we would be hoping for. I am also, just one last comment, Mr. Chair, sensitive to the fact of our regional impact, and we've talked about that in other times. So, again, I would like to hear from others, but at this point, I would support a resolution for the state, something else like that, but I'm not sure I can get there on the ordinance.
Let me weigh in real briefly here, because this is, based on what you're saying, I tend to agree. And we did this with internet cafes, if you remember correctly. We were right on the cusp, and we said, you know what? Rather than go through all the work and all the machinations and set all this up, only to have the state step in and fix it, why would we do that? What if we said, why don't we table this until after session with the premise that if nothing gets done, we absolutely step in the void, and by then we should have a little bit more knowledge, but let's not ask staff to do work that may be neutralized by the session. That would be kind of the direction I'd be interested in. And Commissioner Lindley.
Yeah, that was precisely what I was going to suggest. It may be folly to take a wait-and-see approach. I would like to see us have a comprehensive ordinance at some point, but the legislature goes into session mid-January, so by spring, we would know one way or the other.
So is that a motion I hear?
So that would be a motion to table it, I guess, until at least after session, to where we know if there's a state direction on that. It is complicated. At our health fair, I was talking to someone from Tobacco-Free Florida, who said, well, you know, we've been encouraging smokers to use vaping as a way to get off of nicotine, smoking tobacco. You know, so there are aspects of it that maybe unintended earlier on when it first came around. We now know a lot of teenagers, it seemed like it was 40% or maybe 60% of teens who had never even used regular cigarettes, smoking tobacco. Dr. Hollifield will try vaping because it's so you know, chic and trendy right now, I guess. So it is complicated, I think, to figure out what kind of a comprehensive ordinance we would have. But at least, and the piece of enforcement is key, came up just our last meeting on marijuana. Remember, trying to manage that with under 20 grams or less and enforce it properly, or enforce it at all.
Okay.
So table it. That would be my motion.
Okay, and we have a second too. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I struggled with this agenda item as well. As much as I feel opposed to smoking of under 21, under 18, I saw the implementation issues were rife with Alachua, which still that story has yet to be finished. Right, the fact that they only have 20% of the licensees getting the license, but yet their part-time personnel is overloaded already. I think that we could expect that same type of thing happening here. If you would mind, Commissioner Lindley, I didn't want to walk away from this agenda item and just simply table it, but I also wanted to express to AHA and the public in general that we feel very strongly about the need to increase tobacco use to above 21 and over. Would you mind accepting a friendly amendment that would basically have staff come back with a resolution that we could then adopt?
I don't think you can amend a motion to table, can you? Yeah. I think you table it or you don't table it and bring that up at the next time we take a look at it.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the implication is that the whole thing is about 21, so I don't think that's really necessary, even if it was in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, all right.
I agree. I think this is the appropriate thing to do, and I would offer that by no means does this show that we don't think this is an issue. I just think administratively we're going to trip all over ourselves if we start down one path and the state effectively could preempt us and go down a different path. So, all right, now I've got a couple. Commissioner Proctor.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask the health director, Ms. Blackburn, and anybody who's informed. There's a lot of literature that has indicated that cigarette smoking is dangerous, Surgeon General actually requires, and the United States government requires a disclosure that they are dangerous and all like that. Is there any research that's showing that marijuana is anywhere nearly as deadly as what cigarette research? We have reams of paper indicating that, both within the industry, which was never shared with the public years ago, and thus the $1 billion, I think Florida, Governor Childs won a $13 billion settlement in the 94, 5, when he had a good special assistant by his side those years. What is the literature saying with respect to the dangers of marijuana smoking? And as we sit on the precipice of potentially passing it in Florida as legal in November next year.
So I would need to do some research and come back to you with an answer on that. It's been a while since I've reviewed the literature on inhaling. You're speaking of inhaling marijuana smoke.
That's how you smoke it, right?
Wow.
I mean, most cigarettes, you inhale them.
I'd be happy to do some research and bring it back to you, or I don't know if we have a tobacco specialist here, but her focus is primarily tobacco, so.
Right. I'm curious. I'm well aware of the dangers of cigarette smoking. Comments that Dr. Hollifield has made when they opened that head shop across the street from the post office, another head shop, smoking shop on Osceola, or Adams Street and Osceola, across the street from where Dr. Hollifield grew up. There's another smoke shop. And if it's that dangerous and we're about to bring another entity, shouldn't our health department be waving the red flag, ACA, someone in Florida Department of Health, if it poses the same danger? I've just not heard the consistent drumbeat about marijuana being equally as devastating, and I was curious as to whether or not you had information that I wouldn't know what side to take on that issue next fall. So certainly,
It's a great question, and one that I'd be happy to bring back some information on.
we would welcome that. Thank you, Ms. Sherman.
Okay, we have a vote. My understanding is to table it till after the legislature, with the idea being that if the legislature does nothing, we are back front and center and we're back in the thick of it. We did this exact thing with the internet cafes, and if you remember, that was the year they passed on it, and we stepped in the void, and frankly, I think we did made a difference. So, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Great, thank you. Next up, Mr. Administrator. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Commissioner Dozier. I'm sorry.
We're moving fast tonight.
Yeah, well.
Or not. I'm trying to at the end. I just come back to Commissioner Minor's point and my question. We've discussed resolutions before and their impact in sessions. Sometimes they work very well, like fracking. Other times they don't. But I'd like to make a motion to draft the resolution in support of legislation, not only for 21 age limit, but also for closing the loophole with the vaping, to have them licensed as well.
All right, we have a motion, a second, and to the degree that we're here in town, certainly we're available to go testify if that works out.
Without doubt, but I would guess that others will be chiming in on this, other counties and cities, and so just getting out in front of it, at least in that way, would be good.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? Signify by, nope, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
wait. For the resolution, I mean, how narrow is this going to be? How
Supportive.
complicated, just what, support 21 and closing the vape shop? I mean,
I think it's going to have to weave its way through the session. I think if we get too specific, we're going to get.
well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, our resolutions can go on 1,000 words, or they can be 25 words. So I'm trying to figure out what our resolution would actually say.
Mr. Chair, this would have to come, Mr. County Administrator, this would have to come back to us as an agenda item in December, is that right? So we can reflect on the
That's correct. And I'll just add to that, our resolutions are generally pretty short.
Yes, they are. Okay. Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks. Good point. Next up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 26 is a bid award for the Centerville Trace Pond Dam Replacement Project. The item has been budgeted. Option 1 recommends awarding the bid to the lowest responsive bidder.
Move option 1.
Second. Any discussion? Commissioner Proctor, you up?
The WMBE component was met in this bid,
Okay.
or was it waived?
The, Mr. Chairman, the item, the respondent in this case, I believe this case we had one bid on this item, and the respondent did not meet the MBE requirements, but our MBE office, Daryl Jones, did certify that they made a good faith effort.
Thank you.
Great. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Yeah, Commissioner Maddox.
I read in the agenda item, he said that they contacted 5 firms. One, I believe, it said, how they term it, missed the MWE portion. It says that contacted 5 firms, only one company was available to participate in the project bid. In situations like that, it's obvious that there's a gap there that needs to be filled. What are we doing in our MWB office to maybe, I don't know if the right word is promote, but at least grow our MWBEs in Leon County so we don't have as many contracts come back to us that say that there's not enough there to fill the requirements that we have. I mean, 17% MB, 9 WBE, it feels like those are realistic numbers. But again, I understand that, hey, even though they're realistic numbers, if there's not enough businesses there to fill the gap or to fulfill those numbers, then how do you get to where you're going? So I'm wondering if there's some kind of plan that we put in place. So, because this happens, Commissioner Proctor, the rest of the board, I think this happens a good bit. When we come in here and we're trying to meet these numbers. I understand they're aspirational, but then there's just not enough businesses there, or 5 or 10 businesses have been contacted and they just can't get there. So is there a model out there we can follow? Is somebody else doing this better than us? What can we do to prevent this from happening so often?
Mr. Administrator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just remind the Commission that there are very few, you can count them on one hand, of local governments in the country that have MBE requirements.
Yes, sir.
Still, and have active disparity requirements in purchasing. As you know, you've got an updated disparity study. Commissioner Maddox, what our targets represent is the availability of minorities-owned firms and women-owned firms in the market as in a snapshot in time. What it doesn't do is accurately measure when they're busy and on other jobs.
Right.
So what we find sometimes is that while there may be a target of 17%, indicating that there's an availability of 17% minority-owned businesses, it does not adequately address who's busy and who's not. We don't know that until we do a bid. And so when a bid comes back and says that we've got only one that is available to take a bid, that could be construed as a good thing.
No, definitely. I'm not debating that at all. It's a good thing that everybody's busy, but at the same time, if everybody's busy, there's still an opportunity out there for someone looking to get into it.
Absolutely.
And we talk about growing our small businesses and creating more entrepreneurs in our space here in this county. I don't even know if it's something, if it's a ball game we should be playing in, but obviously there's opportunity out there. If there's one that's available and we got 17 to 9% for us to bring on some more entrepreneurs into this area. I don't know if this is a space we should play in. I don't know if it's something that the market itself should drive, but it seems like it's something I feel like if it's in the gray area, that we should at least try to look at how we can create more MWBEs and WBEs to help fulfill these aspirational goals that we have, or at least provide information for those who are interested in becoming entrepreneurs. and going after our MWBE and MWBE aspirational goals. So, look, I get it. Look, I get that it's built off of the market and what's out there, and everybody's busy, and that's a great thing. But I would venture to say that there's some out there who are just might be thinking about, hey, what if I started a business? You know, would I be able to go after some of these contracts? What would it take for me to do that? That might take that leap of faith if they just had a little nudge, a little guidance on how to get there. So, again, I don't know if it's our space to play in. I don't know if it's the chamber space, whose it is, but somebody needs to be picking up that flag.
It's not only our place to our space to play in, but we do it every day.
Great.
So we've got a WMBE shop that does this. That's what the professionals there do. They actively certify, they train. That's what they do every day. So we're very actively working on that.
Great. So I'm not looking for a presentation or anything, but it'd be great if I can get just an email report of the process a business will have to go through that is interested in creating an MWBE that could qualify for our aspirational goals. Now, I'm not talking about those who want to get certified that are already created. I'm talking about entrepreneurs who want to jump out there, put their money where their mouth is, create a business to be able to attain some of the aspirational goals that we set. That would enlighten me greatly, and I appreciate if I can get it, maybe, like I said, in the email form. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Administrator, there were 319 original vendors, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and 60 are applicants. 66 bid packages were sent out, but only one came back in. Am I correct?
That's correct.
All right, so it is a sign of good business, and it's a sign of high economic times, and I couldn't agree with you more, Commissioner Maddox, regarding recruitment. I hate to say it's a good problem to have, but I also, with only one bid, I know how limited that gets. But I think that just is a testament to just how busy times are and how good things are. There will be a time, I'm sure, where we will be struggling and folks will be knocking on our doors. But I think that kind of further demonstrates the number of candidates.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Lindley.
Well, I just wanted to say, earlier this evening, we were saluting and giving proclamations to people who are very successful in minority business opportunities, which I think says something in terms of getting the word out. We are trying to do that. And Christina Paredes is here with the Office of Economic Vitality, where we are unusual, and we've only had this 12% for OEV in our sales tax revenue for 4 years now, I guess, with a whole arm of it devoted to that. So I think we're not by any means ignoring that. And even through our, Leon Works and other things, we're trying to encourage entrepreneurship among, people who get the training to start their own businesses. So I think, as with all of the problems that come before this board, there are many tentacles. It comes from a lot of different aspects, and I think we are making some progress, not enough, but some. So I just wanted to thank you for your work on that.
Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear that I understand and I truly believe that Daryl Jones and MWBE shop and Ms. Paredes is doing a heck of a job of trying to make sure that every entrepreneur, every business out there who wants to promote themselves and do business with us is doing just that, promoting themselves and doing business with us. I'm just not aware of what it takes for a business to start and become a part and what steps they need to go through to even access the information. And I want to be a beacon to those businesses to say I've done my part to make sure that we are trying to promote those who want to do business with Leon County, City of Tallahassee, TMH and others, and school board and others who are a part of our MWBE shop. That's the motive behind me asking the question, and that's the motive behind my enthusiasm in getting information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Administrator.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, you'll recall that during the development of the 2020 budget, the sheriff requested and the board approved funding for a new helicopter to replace a 50-year-old helicopter. The city has also jointly funded this purchase with the county. Because of the specifications sought by LCSO, we are seeking to sole source this procurement. However, this will not have a negative impact on costs. With that, Commissioners, we're very happy to answer any questions you might have. We're recommending options 1 through 3.
Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll make the motion for options 1 through 3 and make the side comment that my Chief of Staff has said that we should, in fact, get a Black Hawk. I told her she was a little bit ambitious there, but that was in my notes. But no, I'm very, what makes me happy here is that Leon County and this board takes serious the request that comes in from our sheriff's office and our law enforcement. Not many governments are out here taking their requests as serious and funding them and taking and understanding that when they ask for something, it's not because they want it, it's because they need it. So I appreciate this board, the administration, and all of our citizens for understanding that we take public safety serious here, and we're going to give them the tools they need to be successful.
Thank you. Did we get a second?
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of them. Okay, Commissioner Jackson, then Commissioner Dozier. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were waving in. Okay, Commissioner Dozier, I'm sorry. My bad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to appreciate staff's efforts. This is not only something that county government will step up to, but also working closely with our partners at the city. There's a lot of benefit that the city and city utilities, TPD, sheriff, I think this really speaks to the collaboration that we've seen. And as we've noted at the beginning and now at the end of the meeting, we did not have a hurricane this year. Knock on something, we're right at the end of the season. I know that is relief for all of us, but the helicopters were integral in vetting the transmission lines. So this type of purchase has a lot of benefits, and I just appreciate the efforts from our staff for working with our partners and really getting the right funding mechanism for this. So it's not all on the county's shoulders. I think we probably would have moved forward with it because we just had to. But I'm really glad the way this is postured and the resource it'll have for our community. So thank you.
Good comments. It's also ought to be noted, it's a 50-year-old helicopter we're replacing. I spent last week with the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and the Coast Guard, and I got to actually load a Hellfire missile on a Apache. And let me tell you, those things show up, you're going to run. They're scary. Anyway, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. Yeah.
Commissioners, item number 30 seeks full board appointments to COCA as well as the Early Learning Coalition. The eligible candidates are presented for your consideration in options 1 and 2.
I make a motion for Rachel McClure for the COCA board.
We have a motion and a second. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if she'll accept it, but can you amend your motion to include Kim Sims for ELC?
Second.
Commissioner Lindley?
Yes.
do it.
Oh, I see.
Bundle it.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Thank you.
So we have a motion basically for both of them. Is that administrative? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Dozier.
Do we need to add to the motion, is that the right posture? Michelle added a note about a potential conflict. It's nothing severe. I don't think it will likely never come up, but do we need that as part of the motion?
Well, it is part of option 1.
It's in
It
there.
is
I
part
think
of
it's built
option
into
1.
the
Forgive me, I hadn't scrolled back. Thank you.
All right, so we basically are doing 2 for 1 here, is that? Okay. Any other discussion? Commissioner Jackson? Commissioner Maddox, you got your say? Okay.
Just with her, because
We can do both of them. Okay.
That piece is built into the motion. Okay.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Perfect, thank you. Next up, this one's going to take a long time.
Yes, it will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, I'll just give an assist here to our newly former Chairman Jackson. Herb and I assisted him with the negotiation of the contract for our new county attorney. Your chairman represented you very well, and there's not much difference from what you, I think, had contemplated with the, which is reflected in the salary portion. Other than that, the contract terms are identical to the existing contract. And with that, we're happy. Oh, she is? Yeah, I didn't see Chastity here, so she joins us in the audience. And with that, let me just defer to Commissioner Jackson if you had anything to add.
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, stress the point that in her application, she had placed a expected salary and lived by that, and I appreciate the negotiations with all of you during that process. Look forward to it, and I had no idea the significant difference, Herb, between being here for, was it 29 years? Oh, man, 30 years. Wow, I'm going back to law school, I've decided.
We need a motion to accept. We need a motion to accept, I assume. Commissioner Jackson, since you were the negotiating, you'll make the motion?
Sure, I move that we go with option one.
Second. And Commissioner Minor seconded. Any other discussion? I think, Commissioner Proctor.
Chairman, for the good of the order, for the public that's watching, we see those numbers, and I honestly don't have the numbers before me. Can you tell us what the per annum salary for has been negotiated that the public might know in this transparency?
How much? $175,000 a year.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to commend staff for a job well done. I mean, we did the search like we asked. We had quality candidates. All four of them would have easily fit the role. It was a razor-thin difference between them, and I feel real good about the process, so thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Welcome. That's the end of scheduled, business items. What else do we have, Mr. Administrator?
Concludes your scheduled agenda items, Mr. Chairman. Now, it's now to the board to Commissioner time on the agenda.
Open mic. Commissioner Proctor.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, you've heard from Bart earlier indicating that the
No, we didn't have it.
Summit 4 for the 32304 will be coming in for a landing in early December. I will extend to and make sure that you receive more clarification and notification for that. Tomorrow I'll be having a rally facilitating the family and the community of George Williams at the City Hall at 12 noon. Invite you and any others who are interested to hear what Paul Harvey used to call the rest of the story tomorrow at 12 noon. May I say that with respect to our sister government and their consideration of a police chief, that levels of information which the so-called search committee was given, it was horrendous. And as a taxpayer and as the commissioner whose district encounters probably more adversely the Tallahassee Police Department more so than any other district, and that's measured by the number of arrests, the number of stops, the number of, you name it, and District 1 is the heartbeat of TPD. In fact, if it was not for District 1, you probably could get rid of 2/3 of Tallahassee Police Department. That's just how closely they interact with each other. And it makes a very, very important difference that when the head of an agency that has so much contact with one area of the community, it ought to be a person whose background checks have been well exercised and exhausted. And the current case has been sloppy. It's beneath the level of what citizens of Leon County deserve, and very disappointed in the city with the way in which their processes for police chief have gone about. It's just amazing that, if you killed somebody, that's just not enough information to disclose. It's sad. Mr. Chairman, I want to request of you that we move the retreat from the Goodwood place. I'm asking for a chance to attend the meeting. That chance can be provided to me if this commission does not insist on going to Goodwood for its retreat again. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all. Rattlers, you in for a rude awakening. Those Howard Bison will be here on Saturday. Go Bison.
Thank you. Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Lindley.
Thank you very much. Well, on the subject of the county attorney's office, I just wanted to say we're going to miss Jessica Iserman, who I think is moving on to, I can't imagine it's going to be any more fun or interesting, but a different job with a private law firm, I think. So won't be as much fun for you all down there too. But I wanted to thank her for her service because she really has been impressive in on a lot of the agenda items where we've had to rely on incredibly wise and thorough legal counsel. So we will miss her. Appreciate her work. Just on a really personal, selfish note, I'm going to be baking my incredible, fabulous pecan pies for the Public Works lunch, which last year, not saying, I believe that one of our now commissioners paid $75 for it that went to the United Way. Worth every penny. Worth every penny. So I'm just saying, there'll be fun.
How many are you bringing?
Yeah, don't go there. I might be multiple, but I don't know. Anyway, happy Thanksgiving to everybody if we won't see you again.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is so much going on, and starting with that, I think it's kind of a leg up to start bumping up your pie for the auction, United Way auction there. We might need to have a little competition going on. Not that I bake anything, but I'm recognizing how fierce the competition is. So nice one for, yes, I might actually be heavy into dance practice right now for legal services in North Florida. So that's a different subject. Okay, moving on with that. I have two substantive issues, Mr. Chair, but first, there are so many good things that have happened recently. We're seeing the Veterans Day Parade. There was a great breakfast, all of that. But I did want to take just a moment to give a shout out to our very own Commissioner Maddox and Royal King. I'm not sure if Royal's still here. I attended the Omega Sci-Fi Achievement Week luncheon on Saturday, and Royal is serving as president, and to see one of our folks in that capacity, I know we can give a shout out to a lot of county staff, but the lamplighters, the kids that they're working with, and the work that this group has done, I don't think we elevated enough, and I just wanted to give you all a public shout out. I really enjoyed the brunch, and it was an incredible event, but the kids did a phenomenal job, and I was really happy to be there. So thank you, Commissioner Maddox. Yeah. The other two issues, first, you all, I believe the email went to everyone, received an email from Jerry Miller, who has been the lead with Buck Lake Alliance for a long time. There is a lot of work actually happening with Falls Chase Residential now, and Buck Lake Alliance, who is part of the agreement, the development agreement for that area, is working closely with the developer, as is our staff from DSEM, Public Works, Blueprint, Parks and Rec, so and County Legal, of course. Thank you, Mr. County Administrator. I don't want to leave anyone out. So just as a side note on that, I'm really excited about the collaboration that's happening, and talking about the park along the lake side and all of that. However, an issue has come up in the last few months about conducting controlled burn on the lake bottom at Lake Lafayette. And there has been a number of meetings with various county city staff Tall Timbers has offered to donate their service. Of course, fire management started at Tall Timbers. And this could have a lot of environmental benefits from removing invasives, cleaning up the lake bottom, a number of things that Jerry outlined in the email. There is a question, my understanding, Mr. County Attorney, I've discussed this with the County Administrator, but you and I didn't get to discuss it since last Friday, with the question of the liability. We can all see the news and what's happening in fires around the country. My thinking is, and for many, some of that is a problem with long-term management and not having conducted that long-term management. It is my sense that we shouldn't necessarily fear this, but I want to hear more. So with that background, just to frame the issue in case you needed any additional information on that, I'd like to ask for an agenda item, and I know it's a quick turnaround, gentlemen, but to come back in December. This is a time-sensitive issue. If we don't get that much rain, they will need to do it in the winter months, soon after the first of the year. So an agenda item to come back in December to flesh out the environmental liability, all these various issues, and give us a sense of what's happening, and so we can have a more robust conversation. That would be my motion.
Is there a second? We have a motion. We have a second. Is that, got it? Okay.
Thank you.
Fair, yeah. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay.
The last thing, Mr. Chair, is actually a question for the County Administrator. I could not remember from our briefing if you were going to handle this or if you needed a motion, so I'm bringing it up. In our consent items, we had our annual report on work with Village Square and our citizen engagement series. 2020, August 18th actually, is the 100th anniversary of the ratification of women's suffrage. And there will be commemorations around the country. And I think this is a good thing for us to get involved in, perhaps partnering with some of local organizations. So if you need the direction, Mr. County Administrator, I'd like to make a motion to have staff reach out, see how we could plug in and take the lead on a commemoration of the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage. Thank you.
Have a motion, have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, good. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving to everyone in a couple weeks, and congratulations to our chair and vice chair. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First things first, I do want to recognize our outgoing bossless president of Omega, of the Cal Omega chapter of Omega Psi Phi, Royal King, for his 2-year stint as our president. We get to see him around here as a staff member of our organization here in Leon County. But in the world of my fraternity, he's a pretty doggone big deal. And so I wanted to give my outgoing boss, let's say, a shout out for the hard work he's put in for the fraternity. In particular, those who are familiar with the Lamplighter organization here in Leon County, he actually was a founder of that organization, which is a mentoring organization for young men here in Leon County that has grown across the state. One day we're going to recognize that young man, Mr. Royal King, with a great honor and proclamation on what he has done already and what he will continue to do with mentoring young men and helping them grow into being productive members of our society. Congratulations on his 2 years as bossless and everything he's done for those young men who are part of the Lamplighter organization. I've also asked Mr. Chair that the Lamplighters come to a meeting and be recognized, as well as have a tour of the courthouse and our chambers. They've already been up to see Congressman Al Lawson in his office and deemed it to be their office now, as well as other political figures. And so I think it's not robbery for them to come by here and see our operation as well. Second thing, I would like to ask for the Commission for consideration of a resolution in support of the U.S. Senate Bill 2552, expanding health care options for early retirees act, which amends the Social Security Act to provide an option for first responders aged 50 to 64 who are separated from service due to retirement or disability to buy into Medicaid. And I ask our federal lobbying team to update us on the status of this bill. When I was at the FSU game, I think it was homecoming, when it was homecoming, and recognizing the championship football team. Sheriff from Sheriff's Office pulled me aside and brought this to my attention, and I think it is a worthwhile thing for us to get behind from our federal lobbying standpoint, and also a resolution supporting this kind of measure be taken for our early retirees that are wearing the colors of our law enforcement.
I'd second that, and it's going to come back to us.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure I get all
Yes,
the
sir.
details.
Yes, sir. It'll come back to us.
On face, I'm fine with it, yeah. Any other discussion about that? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Last but not least, two things. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Enjoy your holiday. And lastly, thank you for coming today, Ms. Osteen. It's still time for you to run out that door. If we were a little bit too much, we can be a ragtag bunch, but we are very productive up here. Look forward to you taking the helm when you do. Herb, I'm going to miss you, man. I'm going to tell you this every meeting from here on out. If you want to reconsider, no spite against you, but if you want to reconsider, man, we love you. No, really, and that picture we took today was going to be a special one for us all. Looking back, and I asked for a copy of it to go in my office. You have served this county with so much class and character. You become a model across the state of what it looks like to be a good, solid county attorney. Thank you for your service, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you as well, Herb. I'll get the pleasantries out of the way and repeat everyone's happy Thanksgiving. And most importantly, spend time with your family and find the time to call the ones that are a distance away. I do have one serious bit of business I'd like to maybe Mr. Administrator can help me bring this in for a landing. There's a Dory-Schlossberg Act that supports local driver's education programs all across the state of Florida. The number one cause of death in 2015 for teens 15 to 19 years old were car accidents. Our local driver education programs educate student drivers on everything from distracted driving to drowsy driving to texting while driving to impaired driving. We currently charge a $3 rate for every civil traffic citation.
Traffic, correct.
Yeah, every civil traffic citation. In state law in 2006, that limit was changed to $5. We have not fallen in line with that $5. I think it would be an agenda item to be brought back to us. As a survivor of a DUI tragedy, I think that in realizing the numbers for 15 to 19-year-olds behind the wheel that are killed much too young and much too prematurely, that it would be a very important business of ours to charge $5 per traffic or civil traffic citation. Is that sufficient enough?
So we need
Got it. If that's the board's direction, we'll bring back an item.
So we have a motion and a second. We need to pass this. Any other discussion? Good motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, enjoy.
All right, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if citizens are aware of this, but the invocation that we have every meeting is chosen by us in kind of a round robin type of fashion. And I had Pastor Jackson scheduled for October 29th, which was canceled for good reasons because we did the county attorney interviews. I just want to thank you, immediate past chairman, Jimbo, for being so gracious and allowing us to reschedule Pastor Jackson for today. And then also, in reviewing the consent items today, I looked at number 22, which is the North Monroe corridor, and the status update on that. And it just really well done. I just wanted to give a shout out to Autumn Calder and Megan Doherty and any other staff that worked on that. And as I started to get through the other consent agenda items, I mean, there's 20 consent items and then 5 status reports. An incredible amount of work was done leading up to today by staff. And I just want to give a shout out to our staff for doing all of that work. We read those, and the work that you do is not in vain. We passed them in one foul swoop. But I just want to thank everyone on county staff that worked on these agenda items for today, as well as, coming up forward, because it matters, it really does. And then finally, just want to welcome Ms. Osteen to Leon County. I'm not going to say goodbye to Herb yet, I'm going to wait till next year, but really welcome you here. Want to welcome you here. Since your interview on October 29th, a number of people have come up to me and basically singing your praises. People I didn't know that they knew you, and really impressive. You've got an army of people out there in this community that know your work and speak very highly of you. So very, very much looking forward to having you join us. So, and then lastly, just wanted to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner Minor. Counselor.
Mr. Chairman, I had sent out a memo to the commission earlier today. Our office would like to join as an amicus in an appeal that's coming out of Orange County. We would just be adding our name to the list. The City of Miami Beach has volunteered to draft the set of briefs to support Orange County's human rights ordinance, which was essentially struck down by a circuit judge in Orange County. We had better luck in defending ours, but we think we could lend them some assistance, and so we'd like permission from the commission to become an amicus in the Orange County Human Rights Ordinance appeal.
So moved. Commissioner Dozier.
I just wanted to thank you, Ms. County Attorney, for staying on top of this. And we got out ahead of this, and I think this is exactly the right position for us, so thank you.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Minor, I think a second from Commissioner Jackson. Yeah, thank you, Herb. I think we just had better representation. That's what's reflected.
That's what I like to say.
Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Yes, sir.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Administrator.
Nothing substantive, Commissioners. I think Commissioner Minor summed it up. There were enough substantive items on the agenda. Let me just say, though, Commissioners, there was a lot of nice things said about former Chairman Jackson today, and I just have to, before he gets out of the room, we can't, on behalf of all of the county employees, I can't echo those sentiments, all the sentiments that were expressed today, strongly enough. So thank you so much for the past year, Commissioner Jackson, and for always being available to us. We really appreciate it.
Good.
That's all I have.
Let me echo that, too. I use your analysis of this is how we do it in school, and here's how we play nicely together. And I tell you, those are lessons that transfer very easily to what we do. So
You work on adults, too.
You did. You had a great year. Congratulations. And thank you all for your confidence in me. I look forward to the next year with no hurricanes. Keep the streak alive. And happy Thanksgiving and safe travels for those of y'all that are heading out of town. That's it. Thank you.